All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. Saturday night to some of you, and Sunday morning to some of you on the other side of the planet. So, hello, everybody. So happy to have you here this evening. Excited as always to see what you know the Creator, what Spirit has for us. But before we dive in, we of course want to bring in some beautiful love energy. We'll use the singing bowl here to have that come in. And we will also start off taking a big, deep breath in to come back to this moment. Get out of the future, get out of the past, get out of the chaos of the world, and come back right here, right now in this moment to be here now with spirit, right? So we'll take a big, deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Do not pass out. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. That's from Monopoly, right? Don't hurt yourself, but just hold it for as long as you like, and then exhale out and slowly, and then that'll help us come back to the moment. So if you want to join me in doing that, we'll start. So let's take a big, deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I'm doing that, you can just allow that beautiful love energy to come in and fill up all of your being, flow through your brain and all of your thoughts and into your heart and all those emotions, to our physical body and all our cells and organs and blood, into our energetic system with our chakras and our meridians throughout our body and our auras, filling up our life and flowing out to the outside world, allowing it to do whatever it would like to do out there to raise the love vibration of the planet. And something we can do, as we always say, is one thing that I can be grateful for in this moment. What is just one little thing that immediately begins to raise our love vibration, opens us up to receive messages from spirit, and it also makes us a little like magnet to receive more of those things that we're grateful for. So remember gratitude, and I'll hit the singing bowl 3 times. I'm not sure how loud it will be. Beware of your ears and your rears as I hit this. Hopefully, I won't scare you, um, but we'll see. So here we go. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Some powerful energy going on tonight. So thank you guys so much. Woo, woo, woo. All right, we'll put her back on her little shelf back here. All right. Hello, hello. I'm warming up. I'll probably spirit starts to go. I'll strip off the jacket here, but in the meantime, it's not cold out. It's like 70 degrees outside. It was earlier. What is it now? I don't even have it on my computer here, but uh, down here in the cellar, it stays cool. So, hello, everybody. Welcome. So glad to have you here, as I said. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. And those are definitely two things that help us on this adventure as a human to make it an easier path rather than that harder one. So there's always room for more Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. And if you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description box of the video. Donations do get first priority over free readings. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 cards, and but for donations, we do dive deeper, pull more cards for those. You also get a fortune cookie, which is a from an oracle deck that we'll use. Um, so you get an extra little message from Spirit. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. We do have the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square listed. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. I know everyone gives what they can, and everyone's finances and cost of living and rate of exchange is different all across the planet. So I don't have set dollar amounts. If I do not get to any free readings within the first 2.5 hours of a session, if we go that long, then I do step away from donations to complete free readings. So we always will get to some free readings every session. Sundays are different tomorrow. Whatever I don't complete in the morning, I do come back in the afternoon and finish out everything from that morning session, including free readings. So that's different on those days, but all the rest of my 4 sessions on Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and Saturday mornings, I do break away to do that, and after I'm finished with each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with the names and the timestamps, so if you want to come back to um, your reading, or if you go live life and come back afterwards to hear your reading, you'll have to just look for that pinned comment, find your name, click on it, takes you right to where your reading is at. I think that's the main skinny on a lot of all that information there. Um, so also, I want to make sure everyone knows I do have giveaways that I have for the rest of the year. Every new moon and every full moon, I'm giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, whichever which you'd like. This link I just put out here is the newest drawing, which is next week. And so if you haven't signed up for that yet and you want to get into that drawing, just check out that video. The links are always down in the description box of the current giveaway. So you can always check it out there. Also, we do have all of my services are on sale for the rest of the year. Whoa, didn't want to do that. There we go. um, and they are that's my personal readings, both live and recorded, and my hedges of peace. So if you're interested, all that's down in the description box too. It's going to be all the way through January 1st of 2026, which isn't very far away. We also have a new episode of my podcast adventures, The Easier Path, that just came out. So if you're looking for information to help make your life an easier path instead of the harder one, which I would never want to take away learning the hard way, because that's how I learned. But if you want just to take a little break and just peruse it, we do cover my personal stories, the reason why the human does what it does, the information from spirit on why we want to experience things, what it brings us, and then also hints from spirit on how to make life in those situations easier instead of harder if we so choose. And there's never a wrong choice, right? So if you're interested, the playlist is always down in the description box too. This is the link to the most recent one in there. Also, um, we had a bunch of giveaways during Halloween weekend, and I'll be putting out an official announcement, but just between you and me. Thanksgiving weekend, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday morning, Sunday, all 5 sessions. I'll be giving away 2 15-minute personal recorded readings again. I really love that. And it gives a lot of people opportunities to have those longer readings. So if you are interested in that, be sure to hang out during those times, and but I'll put out announcements on that too. I love giving stuff away, obviously. So we do that. I have my little no button here, and we are set. So, thanks for listening to all of that. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. Does help spread the Zen love. So thank you for being part of the love tsunami. We will be using the Change Tarot this evening. It's what the one I used this morning too. We'll do this. It's the standard Rider Waite with a little bit of coloration differences, but it has the same themes as the regular tarot. So this will be fun. All right. I think that's everything. So let's take a quick sip of coffee. Cheers, everybody. All right. So, it's like dribble down my mouth here. So we will dive in for free readings. I don't have any donations yet, so we'll start with free readings right away. And then if any donations come in, we do step out of those and dive deeper for those. So here we go. So up first, we have Ken. Hello, hello. Your timestamp here. And you want to know, what did BR think when you laid back on him? He didn't react physically. Okay, well, we'll take a look here. I know, like, what? What's going on? Let's take a look and see what is happening in BR's mind. Okay, all right. We do have that one. We do have this one. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, it looks like they were, oh yeah, very in their minds, very distracted here. So we've got the Ace of Swords and the King of Swords. Both of those have the Ace of Swords in them, which gives us clarity. And I feel like they were I feel very distracted. It's like they weren't present. Their mind was off somewhere else, thinking about life, thinking about, I just feel like they have a ton on their mind. The King of Swords rolls over the sword suit with the Queen, but all kings get a second set of that air energy. So they're 2 times in the mind, which makes them the master of the mind. And I just feel with all of this energy in which what I was picking up, it does feel very distracted. And so they weren't present, and so they weren't in the mood of being in reality in a way, if that makes sense. They're just off in this thinking about the future and things that had happened, not even between the 2 of you, just life and all the stuff that was going on. So very, very in their head. And we got Mercury retrograde going on too. So very reflective, very internal. So they just weren't there, if that makes sense. Even though they were physically present, they weren't there mentally. And motions just feel like they were paused because they're really into this super, super um, trying to figure things out in their life, trying to figure out what's next, and feel like a lot of it has to do with work and kind of finances, life, kind of stuff like that. And um, let me see. I don't feel like it was like any other kind of romance things. A little bit of in that there's like sparks with family, sparks with friends. Just feels like all the areas of their life they had some shaking and rattling lately, which has got them into the overdrive, trying to figure everything out. And they're a bit confused on what they want in life because of everything that's going on. So they're just kind of like, that's why I feel like everything feels paused in their life. So hopefully that brings a little more clarity in there. I don't feel like it had anything to do with you. It just feels like life pause, no emotions in my head. I'm here, but I'm not here. kind of energy. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then Gene XO, hello, hello. You are up next. Hello, love. Let's put your timestamp out here. And you said you may ask what eyes, feelings, and next actions are towards you after further communication with him. And then also see the underlying energies as well. Sure. Let's take a look here. So let's take a look. Hey, party time. All right. All your emojis. Oh, very good. So let's take a look here. So eyes, feelings. Okay, thank you. And then what is their next actions? All right. Got two for that. Let's see what we got going on here. Bottom of the deck energy, you do have the Eight of Swords coming in here. So you can check that. And so their feelings, what are their current feelings? Yeah, Eight of Wands, a lot of passion energy, a lot of that physical and energetic attraction, but um, emotions don't seem to be there. And look, you got the Eight of Swords, Eight of Wands, a lot of flowing energy going on there. Um, but I don't know if we talked about eyes. They're um, like they're don't have a great amount of self love, so they can't give a whole lot of emotion. I keep this right here for the example of like if this is all, this little bottle is all the emotional energy I can give. I'm like, here, this is what I have for me, and that's only the extent I can give to you. It's like, why don't you keep that? I think you need that more than me. but but they express themselves through passion and motion rather than emotion with this energy that's coming in. Their next intentions, next actions that come in here. Yeah, we've got the Tower card and the Ten of Pentacles. Just it feels like there's this sudden change here. Um, I don't know. This just feels like sudden, sudden changes, sudden, and this usually, I mean, if I saw these together, which I'm seeing them together right here, this would be, oh, I haven't mentioned that before about them. I mean, this Ten of Pentacles is about the outside world, and it's a relationship card, and the Tower is a sudden ending, removal of someone out of your life, to make space for something that's more in alignment with, who they feel they, are and where they're wanting to go. But this also can be that they are removed out of your life to make space, which is what happens. We're both removed out of each other's life because there's the energy doesn't match, and you both deserve to be with individuals like yourselves that are a good energetic match. Because I feel like you do want more than just passion. You want emotion, you want conversation, you want the mind, you want the heart, you want the passion. We want it all, right? But if they're not matching energy, um, I feel like at some point, and I feel like you're more patient, and you see the potential of who people can be, and that can be our challenge to look at who people are and not who they could be and go, yeah, does our energy match? No, but it could in the future. And it's like, what's the likelihood that someone's going to change that much to have the energy, really match up? Yeah, yeah. So I feel like, that I don't feel like there's that, you know, type of relationship energy here, because I do feel like there is this, the intentions are, if like if you're wanting to something deeper, if you're wanting relationship, that would have them because I don't feel like they are you know in that space. They can't give you what I feel like you would be wanting in a romantic relationship. Um, but so yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. So when we look at that with, the emotions they don't have emotions, they have attraction. They're they can't give a lot of emotion. And I'm all itchy from wearing that jacket. Um, but um, yeah, he's very focused on trying to solidify his career right now. Yeah, and that makes sense here. So I just feel like um, ultimately, just to kind of summarize all that, which I feel like you get it all here. They the underlying energy of the Eight of Swords is they're looking at their life, around what of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets make me feel limited and trapped and restricted. And this, Eight of Wands is the physical, energetic attraction. Their next intentions, they are, like you said, with the Ten of Pentacles, that is building on the outside world. But this also, that combination would be, if you're wanting more, then they will run in the other direction because they're not prepared to give emotion, and they know that's what you would want, and they wouldn't want to ruin that, uh, and do anything, to hurt you. Um, but I do feel like there's that other attraction that's there. So if you're like, if you went just to have some fun without any intentions, there you go. But I don't feel like that's what you're looking for these days. All right. So that's what they have for you, Jean. So many blessings to you. I know. All right. So hey, Olivier, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. And we've got Shil Pamali as well. I probably totally murdered your name. I'm so sorry. Whoops. Let me grab your add you to the free list here that I've got going. We've got Moonlight in the house. Hello, Moonlight. Good to see you. Oh, sorry, you made a donation there, Shipamali. I'll add you to the top of the list. You'll be up next for your donation there. All right. You're very welcome for your reading earlier there, Moonlight. You hit our left was in the car when you heard it. You're like, I'm going. Well, good. I like that. All right. And then Seed of David, you're new here. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being a new subscriber. Welcome to the Zen Friends. And thank you so much for the nice compliment there. Can we have that here? And here's Livier. I knew I saw yours. Let's add you to the free list here if I can do that here. Let's see. There we go. There we go. And okay, so that's just a repeat of what you put up above. All right. You are very welcome, Jean. All right. So, thank you guys so much for being here. And hey, Guerrero means war. Good to see you. All right. So, I'm going to step away from free readings for a moment with Sheil uh, Pamali. And again, I'm so sorry if I'm like totally murdering that there. But let's grab your timestamp here. So, thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like here as well. So, thank you so much for that. And so your question is you want Anaket's feelings and next actions towards you. All right. Because you've been having less contact. All right. We'll take a look here. See what's going on here. So we've got here Anaket's. What's their feelings? Let's see what's going on there. I'm also going to pull what's in their mind too. I know that's a scary place, but the emotions can be so different from the mind. We've got this battle of our mind, with all its opinions and beliefs and everything, and then the heart, and a lot of times the mind will try to control the heart. So it's good to get what's going on between both of them. So we'll take a look at those, okay? And then what are their next actions here based on current energies, of course. Okay, we've got those, and also these here. All right. See what we got here. And we got the 6 of Cups energy on the bottom of the deck here. Is the overall energy for the reading, and as we're getting into their energies, we'll see what's more about this here in a moment, because that can mean like child energy, it can mean past life energy, can also mean a return of someone from the past as well. So we'll see what's going on here and see if that's the case, if there's been a return of an ex or something in their life. But let's find out first what's going on inside of their hearts, right? Because when it feelings first, they have Knight of Cups, so there is movement of emotion. This is romance and that energy. So they do have feelings that are there, that are flowing. Underneath the surface, we do have the 3 of Pentacles. So this 3 of Pentacles is there's a variety of things, but the first thing is about I'm struggling being true to my authentic self, and I'm doing things with my heart, that I feel I'm supposed to do, and the mind is kind of influencing it. We'll see what the mind brings in here, but there is a little bit of I want to be true to who I am, but I feel like a lot of what influences and makes it difficult for them is they've been fed a lot of expectations about what love is supposed to be and how things are supposed to go and blah 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 blah, right? All these rules that just kind of their heart feels confined, and the heart wants to be itself, but something's confining it. It's the heart wants to move, but I let's take a look at the mind, because I feel that's what's coming in here, right? Yeah, the Knight of Pentacles. The mind is like, "Whoa!" Slowest moving knight out of them all. So it is slow down. Let's not rush into anything. Yeah, and the Queen of Swords, the balance between the mind and the heart. The Queen of Swords rules over the mind, but behind the scenes, the Queen does have emotion, but it does feel very slow, like the mind is like, "Don't rush, take your time, don't rush into anything," kind of energy that comes in here. So there is emotion, there is care there. What's the next actions look like here? Yeah, they had the King of Pentacles. They're very focused on developing a solid physical foundation in the outside world, money, job, all the physical things of the outside, trying to have that comfort and security that's there. So they're very focused on job and money and that kind of right now. And the Knight of Wands. So we got got 3 knights. That's crazy. Um, so there's a lot of movement that's going on, movement of mind, movement of heart. This is movement of action energy. They want to do movement, but this um it's like they're investing all this energy on this quest of feeling secure, feeling empowered, and it's really tied to that King of Pentacles. Not, if we got that in the heart, that would mean that's all about passion and that. But I like that we got the emotions with the heart, and not, just attraction, passion, that's there. But it does feel like a lot of their um effort and intentions and actions are towards securing this outside world kind of energy first that's there. And then below the scenes here, we do have the 4 of Pentacles and the King of Swords. Yeah. So 4 of Pentacles is like home and security again. And the King of Swords has a lot to do with the mind and gaining clarity. but there's also study. I don't know, are they going to school or going to go back or getting a master's, or because that's double mind. It's like so much in the mental world. And that makes sense with what we were, that was going on here. They're very much in their mind. Their actions are about learning. Um, and and again, it's all this with the King of Swords, with the Four of Pentacles. It's about how to have security that's, coming in there as well. What else do we have here? Nine of Pentacles. Yeah. The Nine of Pentacles is like the hermit energy that's coming in here as well. So it does feel like they're kind of stepping back from everything because they are trying to figure out everything. They are trying to focus on security of that. And it's like in their mind, they have like an order of how things are supposed to go. They have a lot of that's what this swords energy is my beliefs. First, you need to have like an education, and then a job, and then career, and then home and solid financial stuff. Then you get relationships, so all this other stuff. And I feel like they were, it's like their heart was like, no, no, we're gonna like speed up to, the very, you know, jump up to relationship, and the mind's all, oh no, 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 you have to come back here. We're still here, kind of energy. So there still is emotion there. There still is things going on here. That Six of Cups um isn't about someone from the past coming in. This is more childhood dreams, being how they were raised with this child energy. I feel very much parental influence of, there's a way that this is done, and this is how it's done. Very strong parental guidance of, um, what are you rushing up there for? They're even reinforcing because all those beliefs, a lot of them came from them. They're also, you know, policing those beliefs too. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But I don't feel like there's a whole lot of, movement um, right now in that. I feel like they're focused in on doing those other things. Once those things become solidified, then they would, more or less move forward. For the fortune cookie for this evening, we're going to start on a new deck, the Enchanted Path Oracle. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for this. What else can they give you here? Yeah, he had a very painful breakup in the past. Yeah. And that can also make sense with that Six of Cups because it's not that the person's coming back, but those memories are there. Maybe it's the memories and the emotions are coming back from the pain. And so that also slows down because the mind remembers the pain that the heart went through. And they're like, no, 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 let's not rush into anything. Remember what happened before. So that definitely, resonates with the reading too. That slows down their role a bit. It just adds into it all of the take your time. Yeah, and they do. They're in the process here. They need to release what no longer serves them. And this can be a message for you too, because this is release, let go of what no longer serves. So, um, and I don't feel like they're releasing you. I don't feel like that energy. I just feel like they're stepping back, trying to figure everything out. So I don't feel like there's that, that they're ghosting. I just feel like you feel the separation. You just feel because the heart was like, let's go, let's go. And they're like, the leash on the heart is pulled back and they're like, ugh. But they have some releasing. And so, as you're saying, that painful breakup in the past, they do need to release some of that energy. And that's good. We'll give them the space to release that, um, because then they won't bring it, into, um, a relationship with you guys. But I do feel like it's going to be a bit. I'll grab a quick based on current energy. What time frame are we looking for where they'll, kind of return back to the faster pace and hit that play button instead of it being on pause? Let's see, based on current energies where we're at. We're just going to use this other deck here. Yeah, we got the Ace of Swords energy that's coming in here as well, which we had the Ace of Swords, right? Yeah, this is all the air sign energy. So, the next one really is we just finished September 23rd to October 22nd. So the next one where you feel like things are back to normal is really like January 20th to February 18th based on current energy, which something could click and make it sooner. Something you can do to help with the energy between the two of you is if you're focusing on what's not happening and the loss and the lack of stuff, our energy controls our experience. So if I'm focusing on what's not happening, I get more of that. If you change your energy to what are you grateful for about them and what you have had and what you have experienced, then you draw in more of that stuff that matches that energy instead. So that's something that you can do in the meantime is realize what mindsets do I have that are limiting me and those expectations that suck the life out of a relationship instead. I'm going to focus on what I love about them, what I'm grateful for about them, what I'm grateful about what we have had, and I'm going to focus in on that instead of what's not happening and the fears and that. If you want it to change because, our energy is going to draw in what we're focused on. So, little extra while you're waiting for them, you can work on that if you want. All right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Thank you, Moonlight. We'll add you into the donations up here. And let me just see who else had come in here. Hey, Rabia. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. Absolutely. You can always ask a question. Um, rather than ask if you can ask a question, if you ask your question, then you get on the list. Otherwise, if I get busy and I don't see that, you'll never get a question answered, right? But thank you for your politeness, but you can always assume the answer is yes. And we'll get you added on the list there. So just put your question out there. We'll get you squared away. And then we have also Supriti. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's grab your question here. We'll add you to the free list here. Right now, I just have a couple of donations that we'll finish up here. And I already started on a couple of free readings, and we'll return back to those as well. All right. That's everyone, right? Yep. All right. So, Moonlight, you are at 3809. Let's grab that here. So thank you for your donation and you're in a mood, a mood sticker. All right. So now you want to ask here, how is NN feeling after seeing you tonight? Has he put up boundaries because he's scared of the feelings? How does he feel about you today? Did he appreciate you being there tonight? All right. We will take a look here. Hey, Mary the Aries. Good to see you. All right. I'll grab your guys' questions here in a moment. I'm going to zero in here on NN's feelings. So, what are NN's feelings after seeing you tonight? See what we got here. Okay, thank you. Just one. All right. And then has he put up boundaries? Well, let's see. Has he put up boundaries? And then the reason why the boundaries underneath it, if there are there, or what else they want you to know. But obviously, you feel like there's boundaries. That's probably a yes. We'll find out. How does he feel about you today? Okay. And did he appreciate you being there tonight? All right. Let's see what we have here. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of swords and then also the 9 of swords underneath that. A lot of expectations energy here below all the energy below your reading here. But I feel like these are, I mean, it's always a good mirror for us, to question the expectations we have of, you know, what they expect, what we expect, what reaction we expect, what did all that we can look at. But I feel like this energy is a lot theirs, where they are afraid of disappointment, and that's why they don't like to commit and they don't move forward, because they fear that they're going to fail. And even before they met you, like we talk about, right, they've got all these expectations and everything in their head that they already had before you even came into the picture in their life. So, and they immediately assume that everyone has those same expectations that were imparted on them. And so they are afraid they're not going to meet up to this big list. And you're like, but my list is only like this. These are my expectations I'm aware of. But in their mind, oh no, there's this many. Even though you've never asked for any of those extra stuff, they assume that you have that too. So that's the underlying energy, just knowing that that's there. I feel like we talked about that before, but uh, if not, there you go. So, what were their feelings after seeing you tonight? Got the Five of Cups. Yeah, talk about mood. That's a sorrow energy, the spilt cups. And that's the power of choice, right? That there was a bit of low vibrational emotional energy after it. And what is that about? What is that for? Because, well, that makes sense with all of these fears that they have rolling below the surface, that, I feel like afterwards they felt like, I didn't do this right. I didn't do that right. You probably expected this, and I didn't do that. And, really like beating themselves up. This negative self talk they have with this 9 and 10 of swords, they do feel like they're failing a lot, because that's when we get to that point of the 10 of swords, is we're like, I'm sick and tired of trying to please everybody, because we're so frustrated with feeling disappointed, feeling like we're a disappointment. And they're at that point with this 9 and 10 of swords, is they're about to break free from all these expectations, to everyone what to do with their expectations, and they're like, "What? I didn't what? I wasn't expecting that stuff." Well, well, I'm not gonna do it anyway." You're like, "Wow, okay." You know, that's good. It's a freeing thing. We all when we all reach that point, it's a good place to be, right? I like that. Yeah. Well, let's see here. Has he put up boundaries because, he's scared of the feelings? 5 of swords. Yeah, conflict energy, right? Look at that, 5 of cups, 5 of swords. Very conflicted. So I do feel like they wanna avoid confrontations, and that's why they do, I don't feel like they've it's not so much boundaries as it is a protective wall, right? We put up boundaries for self-respect and, that kind of thing. So there's a difference between feeling like there's a wall because, I'm afraid, versus empowerment. Like, you're in that place of empowerment where I'm putting up boundaries because I deserve to have boundaries, and it's okay. I'm not gonna let people run all over me. Versus walls are, don't hurt me, energy. And that's more where they're coming from. You're coming more from boundaries. So that's the energetic difference. Below the surface here, yeah, we have the Ace of Swords and the Hierophant. Yeah, and they are learning and growing here. I mean, this is all about trying to see things from a higher perspective, trying to see things differently, trying to understand their inner conflict. So that's another reason why we put up walls. If we're doing inner work, we're feeling vulnerable, so we put up walls. It's like you don't do heart surgery out in the middle of a cafeteria. You do it in a clean room that's protected, and not everyone's just walking in and out. So you put up walls around that too. But they are seeking understanding, trying to understand themselves, which is very good. And that makes sense with all this 10 of swords and 9 of swords. getting frustrated with all their small t truths and all these expectations. They're trying to see things from a different place and remove those as well. So I like that. Um, how does he feel about you today? We got the King of Wands, still trying to decide. Yeah, Seven of Pentacles, wanting to take their time, wanting to see what unfolds, not in a big rush, just kind of thinking about what I want to do. That King of Wands energy of it's like that Two of Wands. What plans do I want to create? What do I want? Not what am I think I'm supposed to want. Again, all these expectations, they're kind of sifting through all of this confusion of what do I want? I know what everyone has told me I'm supposed to want with, all of these expectations that they have. But they're like, but what do I want? And that's what happens with this King of Wands. So they're very much trying to figure things out, right? He's actually doing something with his stuff. Right, yeah, yeah, right? And that's good, but they're not in a rush with that 7 of Pentacles, to have that happen. Did he appreciate you being there tonight? Yeah, I feel like here, because that Capricorn Saturn energy, the shaking and the rattling of their cage, which is all the stuff we're talking about, the 4 of Swords, it's like you help bring peace of mind. That's like, some stability, energy, um, and so just your presence helps them transmute and kind of feel this ease kind of energy, below the surface here, you know? But below the surface, they wanna here's the tower and the high priestess. They're like, "Yay, yay, yay, yay!" Lightning strike and run away into their temple to reflect on things. So there is a bit of an energy there of, you know, it's also um, sparky energy. Even though you bring peace of mind and around things with that, there's also this, energy of you also bring and it's just that because you're a mirror that they reflect this stuff back to themselves, and we can't help what people see when they look at us. Because a lion looks at us, they're going to see a lion. An elephant looks at us, they're going to see an elephant. So until the person looking into the mirror changes, they're going to see the same reflection. And I feel like that's kind of what comes in there is this, you know, looking at this, but definitely a lot of reflection, thinking about things, energy here, and they're trying to figure things out. So in their own way, there is that appreciation for being there, but there also it sparked a lot of things, making them want to go run and hide in their high priest temple to reflect on things, because um, I don't know, I don't feel like they were to the point having a panic attack, but it's almost like they fear failure. They fear failure very strongly. But um, so I wouldn't say I feel like they appreciated it, but they weren't as happy as they will be in the future seeing you and you being there, because they'll be like uh, the reflection will be different. We'll just leave it at that, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. All right. I'm getting a there's this if you've ever seen Wicked, um, the movie or read the book or anything like that, it's like from The Wizard of Oz, but Wicked. And cancer healing energy. Teach your mom, right? You know how there's a scene where Galinda and she sings a song about what is it about? You're gonna be my next project. And that's how they're coming in. It's like, I'm gonna fix you, energy. It's like, nope, nope, nope. Yeah. So we've got nature here and a beautiful message that says, connect with nature to ground and inspire yourself. So I like this. It's getting into nature, getting grounded away from, you know, feeling like you need to do anything with for them or whatever. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to let them be on their journey. I'm going to focus in on me, right? Which is what you're doing. So I like that. But that they you do like the fixer uppers. Those are the ones that you've drawn in, in the past. But I like that. Yeah, you're like, "Yeah, you do that over there. I'm gonna be here in my boundaries, and I'm not gonna go over in your business. I'm staying in my business." I love that. Alright, so that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Goodness, goodness. Yeah, always the fixer-uppers. Alright. So thank you guys again so much for being here and for all the thumbs up. I'm so grateful to be able to have our fun times together here on this journey of humanity. So let's grab this here. So Mary the Aries, you wanted a general. Let me add you into the free list here. Boom, boom. And of course, Olivia, thank you so much for your donation. You'll be up next here. I'm just going to do a couple of shout outs. Good to see you. You just had a minor heart surgery. But my goodness is just laying around. All right, I'm gonna add that so I remember that. Let me get around here too. Well, I'm glad that you're still with us. Isn't it modern medicine amazing? I love that. All right, and we got Tim Dilligem. Hello, brother. Bake sale for your widows group. Who knew people would love the cookies, brownies, and iced soda cakes? Yum, yum, yum. That once got you out of the doghouse. That's hilarious. You never know when you're gonna, let's see, when one act or gift of kindness will be someone's only bright side in their day. Yeah, I love that. Hello, hello. All right. I'm going to sleep. You enjoy. Night, night, moonlight. All right, there's Olivia. There's your question. We'll grab that up here. Whoops. Or there we go. There we go. There's your question. It helps if you hit the right buttons. All right. So welcome everybody. I thought, where's oh, okay. Yeah, it was Arabia. You had put a question, but you deleted it. Okay. I was like, I thought there was one more question out there. And that makes sense. So it has been removed. All right. So we'll jump back in here. So thank you so much for your donation, Olivia. Your timestamp here, 5331. Put that down here. Let's give your donation a love and a like here. Thank you so much for that. And I want to know here, was BA with DD at the HWS today or home? If so, what happened between them today? Spilling the beans. All right. Let's take a look here, Olivia. We'll get into this. Let's take a sip. Let's take a sip of the tea real quick here. All right. It's actually coffee, but we'll pretend it's tea. All right. Well, there we go. Boom, boom. So, were they at the H today or home? And we'll just dig in here. You are very welcome. Cheers. And let's see what happened between them today. Okay. And anything else you need to know or is good for you to know? All right. We don't want that. We do want this one, and we do want this one as well. All right. We'll see what this is about. The bottom of the deck is the Eight of Cups, walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore. Underneath that, we got the death card under there. Underneath that, we've got the 3 of cups leading to the 9 of pentacles, which is all about being alone energy. What is this? It feels like there was an ending. Let's see what this is about. So to get back to your original question, were they at the HWS today or home? We got the Justice card here. This is very much a mental balancing, seeing things from a higher perspective, cutting away some old fears, energy that's coming in here. Is HWS like court? I don't know, because it feels like this doesn't feel like a home energy. This feels like somewhere where we can talk energy with the Justice card because it's somewhere that we can, figure things out and talk things through and look at things. So very interesting. Let's see what happened between them here. Maybe this will give us the clarity that we're looking for here. What happened between them today? Yeah, the Hermit. So here's that Hermit energy. There's this alone. So it feels here. Well, let's see what these 3 clarifying cards are here. But it feels like there's this I want to be to myself energy. We got the 7 of Wands. Yeah, I want to be true to myself. Oh, a social event. Yeah, it feels like that they weren't at home and they weren't at a social event, that they went somewhere to talk. Because the 7 of Wands is that I'm not gonna dim my light, I'm not gonna ask permission to shine, I'm not going to explain myself, I'm telling you who I am and who I wanna be kind of energy. So what else we got here? Yeah, the World card. An ending of a like end of a cycle, beginning of something, energy. It's a completion energy. Last card in the major arcana, and the Moon card, which again, phases of the moon, full moon, new moon energy, but the hidden revealed and things shared, especially emotions that come up here. Hmm. 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 Well, let's see what we got going on here. So it almost feels like an ending energy, right? Let's see what else we got. Yeah, 10 of Wands, ending and beginning energy, 4 of Swords, putting expectations to rest. The burden of a lot of expectations, trying to live up to things. But they're very much this 10 of Wands. It's this, where am I investing all of my energy? And I'm tired. The 4 of Swords, they're resting on the Ace of Swords. Here's all the 3 of Swords, the expectations, equal disappointment energy. Um, yeah, all of this feels like it's pointing towards this isn't working. It'd almost be like this isn't working for me anymore. And I feel like I'm not living up to what you're wanting me to be. So I just kind of want to either I want to take a break or we need to restart something along those lines. Yeah. Well, when I said that, like, they went somewhere to talk, that would be together, right? And then with the Hermit, all this energy is I want to be by myself, if that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Let's see what else is down here. Yeah, the 2 of Swords and the Star card. There is this battle between the head and the heart of what my dream come true is kind of energy. But it does feel, this confliction. So it that's what I'm this energy that's coming in here. I'm just gonna pull a clarifier here because I feel like this is a surprise to you, but it feels like, you know, the 8 of Cups, I'm walking away from something that doesn't. um, you know, that doesn't serve me anymore. The death card, the 3 of Cups is it can be a third party situation, which I'm not sure about that particular, but this 9 of Pentacles and the Hermit card, both of those are I wanna be I need to be by myself. I need a break. I need, we need to like kind of step away kind of energy. But let's see what we got here because I just need to know. Yeah, the 4 of Pentacles. 4 of Pentacles is an energy of I'm trying to find my worth, kind of energy that comes in here. Even with love, it's about obsession and control. Um, I release my attachment to material possessions and trust in the abundance of the universe. But the 4 of Pentacles is this when we're taught to define our worth by the outside world, right? Relationships, situations, and things. And as those things feel lacking and disappoint, they all point us inward. And eventually we just get tired of trying to live up to all these expectations and all these things of the outside world. And we're just like, I need to step away. I need to understand what I want. And I feel like, you know, even whether another person is putting their, it was we're talking about in Moonlight's reading a moment ago, even even if we're not putting expectations on other people, they feel we are because they already have them living in their head and they just assume everyone has the same expectations till we realize at one point that we all don't have the same expectations. And there we even have contradictory expectations within our own self too. But there is this energy here, it just feels like I want to be um, alone. And there is a huge amount of ending and beginning energy and a lot of conflicting energy, internal conflict that brings external conflict, but I'm wanting to understand what my dream is, and so hopefully that makes sense here, but it does feel here, um, endings, beginnings all over the place here. Things can't go on the way they are kind of energy, and but it's almost like if you ever watched Friends. I didn't watch everything of it, but I remember when Ross and um, what was her name? They were on break. So, "Oh, on break. We were on break." I feel like they're on like there's this break. I don't know if it's a breakup, but or a stepping away energy. But let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here because this is like it feels like this is a surprise. Rachel, thank you. Yeah, wow. Love yourself. Is there a Justin Bieber song? Why don't you go love yourself? Self love is the foundation of attracting love from others. So there's this mirroring and this I need to find myself kind of energy. That's in there. So interesting there. But all the cards just built upon all of that. Um, I was not expecting that. But it feels here that there is quite a bit of that. I know, right? We shall see. It's like, well, 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 what do we have here, right? So that's what they have for you, Olivia. I know. Who knew? But that's what I feel what's going on today between them. So no at home, no party. We went on a to a mutual place to be able to talk um, and be able to do that. I almost feel like it's like you go to a park and you park in the car and you talk, in the car kind of thing. Not even in a public place because I don't want people to see you cry. You know, it's like what? But anyway, so hopefully that resonates and makes sense, and that's what they have. Right? So many blessings to you. And let's see what we got here. Did we have anyone else? Oh, let me grab your free reading here, Moonlight. I'll throw that into the list over here. Yeah, absolutely. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so I think I've got everyone else's here. All right, so Moonlight, thank you for your additional donation. Here is your second one, and then we'll circle back around for the free one eventually here, I'm sure. So thank you for that. Um, or did you make a donation not to have your free one, or is that your question? Did we decide not to make it a free one? So I don't see a question here. So if you're still awake, let me know. Otherwise, I'll do your free one as your donation here. Oh, it says summer 27 free dot dot, and then it said it would actually be so. Maybe the free got in there by accident. All right, that makes sense. So now I am clear. We're on the same page. Okay, yeah, no problem. Now I get it. So I'll remove you off the free list and we'll do that one. Okay. We're here now. So it'd actually been nice to take a sneak peek in the time frame and is he gonna come forward after doing his healing and into work? When will that be? Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look here. And so we'll see here. So is he going to come forward? And if he does, after his healing, uh, when will that be? So will he come forward? And if he does, when will that be? All right. So we've got two timing cards. Let's see what these are here. The first one is the Four of Wands. This is an April 5th to April 29th energy, but I feel like this is um, with the Four of Wands, it is joy, it is celebration kind of energy, but this feels more like they don't come forward in as much as you guys bump into each other at a group celebration kind of event after they've done some of their inner work. And I feel like that's kind of what happens is you'll have these um you'll bump into them at these different kind of celebrations here. We do have the Seven of Swords every 2 to 3 days. That's funny. Which is as they're discovering their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And when I get this every 2 to 3 days, it's like there's too much time in between now, based on their current energies, and when they do all this inner work to really go. There's so many decisions and there's so many different outcomes that when I get this every 2 to 3 days energy, it's like, we don't know. It is, with the Four of Wands, I do feel like you guys bump into each other. That is amongst the cards where, in several of the past that they're showing me, that there is this bumping in to each other and at gatherings and different things. But let's take a look here based on the current energy. Let's look at trajectory and see where we're going here. Yeah, I'm gonna let him do this in peace, right? Yeah, I don't want to feel I'm not gonna be your tutor, right? Yeah, because we do have the Five of Swords on the bottom again, which is that energy of conflicting energy. We have the Knight of Wands. So they are on a quest of stepping into their power. We have the Knight of Cups. They're on a quest for finding their self love. And the Knight of Swords. You can't make this up. 3 knights. So they have a lot of questing to do here for sure. I mean, when you get 3 cards only and they are all knights, that's just, uh, unbelievable, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna fix anything. Boom, 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 right? So I definitely feel like there's a lot of questing. So they have a lot that they're doing to help work out that inner conflict with the 5 of swords. So I feel like that's why they're like there's you know too much to really give time frames because they don't want to put hope when they're like it's undetermined at this point. You guys do bump into each other throughout the process, but, I don't feel like it's determined yet that they come forward after they do that, to come there, but I feel like we've already kind of looked at your path with them, and didn't we get that they were like a stepping stone for you? They're bringing that back to me now. They're like, "By the way, beep." Um And they're not, the fated person that you end up with. They're a stepping stone for you, to learn yourself. So, yeah, I don't feel like, it's not a big deal whether they come forward after or not with you. Because I feel by the time they finish everything, you're like, "Bzz, bzz," off onto the other trails. So, oh, and let's give you a fortune cookie too. I was like, zooming on here. Let's see what else they want you to know here about this interactions with them. Oh, right. Yeah. What did you say here? You're gonna let them do it in peace? We got peace. And what is this? Oh, it's a piece of luggage by a pond. It says, "Cultivate inner peace regardless of external circumstances." So they're like, "Yeah, you can stay at peace with all this here." So you get to cultivate your own peace. Yeah, not to be a fixer. Isn't that it's, very freeing when we let people be who they are, and then we let ourselves be who we are, and then we determine what we wanna do based on who letting people be who they are. I don't need to change them. I might change my interactions with people. I change me and my what I allow, like boundaries, right? What I allow in my life and what I don't allow in my life, so I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your additional donation. Dream well, sleep well, dream of bunny rabbits and puppies, right? All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And I have another donation that came in. So Trampzilla, hello, hello. Good to see you here. Let's grab your timestamp. And thank you for your donation. There we go. I know, right? Zzz. Night, night. Sleep well. See you on the flip side. All right. So thank you for that. And will you hear from Ricardo soon? Let's take a look here. Take a quick sip here. Cheers to you. We'll grab some timing cards here. Let's see. What do they want you to know about hearing from Richard soon? Thank you. What else? Got these. Do want these and this one too. All right. So let's look at some timing. Some timing. Will you? And if so, when? Based on current energies, of course. The ever changing energies. Yeah, the Page of Cups coming in here for timing. Page of Cups is presenting emotion, it's happy emotion. And the timing on this, there's 3 dates. They're all of the water sign dates. And we're in one right now because we're in Scorpio season. October 23rd to November 21st. So we only got 6 days left. So in the next 6 days, based on current energies coming in here, it feels like you will hear from them. And the bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity opening up in the outside world. So I do like that here. Let's see what these other cards are about. What is the contact about, right? We'll see what's coming in here. So we do have the Page of Pentacles. So an opportunity to get together. So I feel like it is this wanting to hang out in the physical world with the Page of Pentacles. What are these two cards coming in together here? Yeah, well, we got the Emperor and the Three of Swords here. So I I feel like if you are like have this expectation like, oh, they're finally going to blah blah blah. No, it's not that. I feel like there's this because Three of Swords is expectations equal disappointment, right? It's like, oh, and the Emperor energy is that Aries energy of decision making. You finally made a decision. You're finally, putting action behind it. You're finally going to do. No, no, it's not that. Not yet, anyway. This is like, so they're kind of giving like, yeah, you'll hear from them, but it's not, you know, um, all that it's cracked up to be that we hope it would be is a good way to say it, right? Let's see what it is about. So we have the Seven of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. All right. So, the Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and the Ace of Cups energy comes in here. There's a slowness energy around this. Um, and you're like, duh, it's been around for a long time, right? But there is this I'm trying to find my own love for myself, and things are just going to slow and unfolding. Um, I'm trying to figure out what I want. With that Seven of Pentacles, it's also when you see the fruit of the things of your life, and it's not bringing you those fulfilling things. It's like, well, this is because I've been doing what everyone else wanted me to do. And that's kind of the Emperor energy too, trying to figure out what is it that I want. Once I figure that out, then I'll make a plan and put energy behind it. But I'm still trying to figure out what I want, kind of energy. And it's like, all right, I know, right? Underneath all of that, we do have the Eight of Pentacles, which is kind of that transformational energy, like from a caterpillar to a butterfly, and it's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to get the reward. But this is that I'm transforming, I'm changing, I'm trying to figure out what I want, what I don't want. I want wings, but I don't want to be a fat caterpillar, because I want to be able to fly. It's that kind of figuring it out what happens to a little caterpillar in their cocoon. They become soup and they let pieces of themselves go, but they're trying to figure out what it is that they want. But I do feel like you'll hear from them, and supposedly here in the next 6 days, based on current energies. We'll see if that's their intention. We'll see if they complete that energy coming in there. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Do you have? Yeah. We've got eternal love, the diamond. Recognize that love is a constant, eternal force. That's that Ace of Cups. It's that the eternal love is inward and upward. Outside, that's the fickle, unstable love of humans that we have, right? That's ever changing, and but so there is this pointing together of the love that we're all looking for is the love inside of our own heart. That um the relationships of the outside world are a reflection of our self-love, because that's how we don't see the world as it is and who people are, we see the world as we are. So there's some energy there too. Yeah, right. A slow burn, right? Torture of 1,000 paper cuts. Yeah, it feels here that they are on their own little internal journey, and that's all right because when we have that slowness, that's giving us time too to question our thoughts and beliefs, let go of thoughts that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy and things even in our physical world that don't serve us anymore. So it allows that, movement away and the change of things to come into. Um, and you never know by the time they get out of you know, their cocoon, you're like, "Psh," you already flew off because you found a butterfly already, right? But yeah, so it feels like there is that slowness kind of energy there. So, all right. Hopefully that helps a little bit there. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. Hey, Maria P. Let's grab your free reading down here. And I believe I did have a PayPal come through. Is that from you? It sure is. Thank you so much for your donation. We'll do that next here. Let me just we'll get your free one on the list too. All right. So thank you, Maria. Let's grab your timestamp for your donation reading. Put that down here. There we go. So thank you so much for the PayPal donation. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. So, how are Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you this evening? Okay, thoughts and feelings. And then what's coming for us in the holidays based on current energies? What's headed your way? What would he like for us this month? I know we're already halfway through November. Isn't that crazy? And then what's going on the dark side updates? Okay. Oops. All right. All of those. All right. And then a message and a song from Wally. All right. We'll see what comes in here. And then those ladies that flirt are at work. Question. We'll find out. And then he wouldn't cheat on you, right? I think we asked that the other day, right? Let's take a look here. All right. All right. Sorry. Got something in my eye. There we go. All right. So Wally's thoughts. You got the lovers card coming in. So, ooh la 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 la. So he's all about the committed relationship and the importance of the relationship. That's a great card to get. I feel like it's like, yeah, that's a given. Um, Feelings have the Three of Wands. Three of Wands is an energy of travel. It's not about a change of direction. This is a little bit of travel. So I feel like they want to plan to do something together. And this is what they've been thinking about, right? Sorry, I'm falling off my chair. There we go. I know I'm falling off my seat. What? But I feel like part of what they're wanting to plan and their emotions are, I want to go do something with you. I want to get away with you kind of energy. So there's some going on in there. What's coming up for the holidays? Or maybe that's travel. Let's take a look here. Yeah, the full card. An adventure coming in here. So maybe that is what they're trying to plan, a little getaway of some sort. Yeah, we have the Empress energy, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, um, abundance, sensuality, of course, birthing of something new, which the Fool card and the Empress card coming in here. Um, and the Three of Swords. Expectations equal disappointment. I like that your spirit guides go, "Psh." Don't go, Focus on what you're grateful for, not for this. I want this, and I want this to happen, and this to happen, and this to happen. Don't jump the gun. Come back to gratitude for what you have right now. You know, you're asking about the future. They're like, come back here, kind of energy. So we have that. But it does feel like there's a new beginning. They want to do an adventure with you of some sort. This is that energy that comes in here. Um, what would he like for you guys this month? We have the 10 of Pentacles, fullness and abundance and relationship energy. So we like that. The 8 of Wands, a lot of passion, and the 6 of Pentacles, a lot of giving and receiving, and the equalness coming back and forth here with you guys. But they really would just like to have this solid, full relationship with each other. Kind of energy coming in here. Updates on the dark side? Yes. 2 of Wands, making plans. 7 of Swords. Yeah, this is deceit and betrayal. And I feel like this is like leaving behind. I'm getting out of here. So there are these plans, but they're secret plans. They haven't shared the plans with the 7 of Swords. This is they're keeping it. It's a secret kind of energy that's coming in here, right? Um, and then energy underneath that here, yeah, is the calling, seeing things from a higher perspective, um, being pulled and called away. So, they are making the plans. They're just not sharing them with you or them because about the expectations equal disappointment. That if they share things and they're not able to do it in the timing, then it just causes disappointment and disagreements, right? So they are planning stuff, but they're not going to talk about it. A message and a song from Wally. You have the 2 of Pentacles. Balance, balance, balance. Um, I'm hearing this is funny. Um, because I feel like he's, um, probably heard songs like this, but there's an old song, "You spin me right round, baby, right round like a baby." You know, that old song from the '80s, I think it was the '80s, "You spin me round." But that's what's the song that they're playing here, and I like that because it's spinning. "You spin me right round, baby, right round." It's a good song. It's not it's uh, a positive energy. It's like, "Whoa, how you impact me," you know? So I like that. Those ladies that flirt, are they at work? 4 of Pentacles. It is in a building, um, kind of energy here. So it's not home. 4 Pentacles is like 4 walls in the outside world, but, so it can be work, other buildings, other places. It's like places of business, kind of energy there, and at other people's I'm gonna it's at other people's homes, as well, but it's not like he's going over to their house. It's like there's a gathering together, right, of, like, maybe like a party or a gathering, whatever. There's people that flirt, but, would he ever cheat on you? Um, no, not no, no. He's true and authentic with the 3 of Pentacles. The World card, it's a victory card, but it's also tells me that, um, they wouldn't cheat. They would end it with you and then go with someone else. They wouldn't keep, people going on at the same time. And that's, he wouldn't, be with you and then be with someone else kind of energy that's coming in there. All right, and then we'll see what your fortune cookie is here as well. Let me just put these cards back in here. I was gonna say maybe the adventure they wanna get out into nature, go camping in middle of fall. Maybe they have a camper, that'd be different than sleeping in a tent. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, clarity. I love it. Things are becoming clearer and clearer between the two of you. Gain a clear understanding of what you truly want as well. Not what you think you're supposed to want, but what is it that you want, right? So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So we'll circle back around for your free reading here in a little bit. That was for Maria P. I see we have got Marie Salentine. So that's not for you. That was for Maria P. So hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's add your question onto the free list as well. All right. Okay, very good. So I got all those there. All right. And actually, I think we are done with current donations. Yes. So we'll return back to the free readings. I had done a couple here. We already completed Ken's and Jean's earlier. So now we are to Ateshi Singh. So 131, 39. And I'll give an update what the list of the free readings looks like here after I finish with this one, just so everyone knows. So, do you have the right instinct about your future spouse, or is it at the current moment just wishful thinking? Oh, okay. It's like, am I on the right track thinking who my spouse is, or is it just wishful thinking? Right. Let's take a look here. Okay. This here. Yeah, we have the 3 of swords, so that's expectations equal disappointment. That would tell me it's more wishful thinking. The Hierophant is being called to see things more clearly, see things from a different perspective, energy here. So, yeah, I'm feeling that's at least right now, that's not it's just wishful thinking. I know, disappointing. But we always know that who is in store for us is always so much better than we could ever imagine, right? When we can trust the universe is going to bring us what is a perfect fit for us instead of what our human mind, with all its opinions and fears and everything else, what it thinks we need for us is nothing close to what is perfect for us, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Ateshi. So many blessings to you. So up next we've got Brenda Globy, and then Blessed One, and then Livier Vagata, and then Sopriti, and then Mary the Aries, and then Maria P. Oh, we got Mary the Aries, and then Maria P, and then Marie Salentine. All the Marys or Maries, 3 in a row. It's like the 3 wise men instead of Mother Mary. It's the 3 wise Marys. Da-da-bunch. All right. So let's jump back in. Let me take a quick swig here. All right. So Brenda Globy, you are up at 1 minute 34 or 1 hour 34 minutes. Exactly. Whoops. Didn't mean to. Let me get rid of that. Sorry. My mouse grabbed everything. I just wanted to grab your timestamp. There we go. So, what's the dynamic going to be between JJK and KTH when AS enters their life in person? All right. I am doing well. Thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. All right. So, what's the dynamic between JJK and KTH? Okay. We got that and these here. Nope. They just want this one. Okay. So, Well, it's all joy and sunshine, that's coming in here. You know, the Sun card is a bright, shining light, and the Four of Wands is joy and celebration kind of energy. So it feels like here the dynamic just feels like it's smiling, joyful, bright light, at least in the beginning. When they enters their life, there is um, it's all brightness here. There's no friction. There's um, clarity that comes in with the Sun card, but everything is. It just feels like it's all sunshine and roses, kind of energy. It doesn't feel like there's conflict or anything. Feels like there's a lot of joy, a lot of bright light, a lot of um, and it doesn't feel because at first I was like, is that just a facade, like smiling, but behind the scenes, but it doesn't. It feels like there is this wonderful, bright energy between them here, and I'm not sure, of course, of who all these people are and how they all interact and everything, of course. But what I feel here, and that you can know how this resonates in this situation, is there's like it would be like let's say, and this is just what's in my head, and if this isn't the situation, that's all right. It's just the energy of it is like there's two people that maybe one is interested in the other, but it's not reciprocal, but someone else comes in, and they connect with them, that we're wondering how these people will interact when this person comes into the lives or something along those lines, or if it's a birth. I don't know, that also was in my mind as a birth, but the other person's going to be happy because of something else going on in their life. They're not impacted by what's happening. um, Like, they don't feel like a third wheel if there is that kind of energy that's there because something else enters their life that makes them feel like, "I'm full of joy." "Yeah, yeah, have fun. I'm so happy for you because 'cause I'm in a wonderful, wonderful place," if that makes sense. So, that's what's coming in, Brenda. Hopefully that makes sense to you, because I have no idea. Flying blind, but that's right. I don't mind that at all. Alright, so many blessings to you. All right. And we have Happy Pill. Hey, welcome, welcome. Let me grab your free reading here. I'll add you to the list. And we have Keller Stellar. Hey, welcome. Thank you for being a new subscriber. And we'll add you to the free list here. It's broad. Oh, no, not at all. All right. So, yeah, there's only one, two, three. Let's see, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. There's just 8 free readings remaining. So, and I just gave an update on where everyone's at. So I'll update that again here in a minute. All right. So, Blessed One, you are up. Grab your timestamp here. And thank you guys for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love, and I appreciate all the love that you guys give there through that. It does. You're part of the love tsunami. So, Blessed One, I want to know what's coming. What's coming towards your way? So, based on current energy, what is headed your way here? All right. Yeah, you got the Page of Swords and the King of Wands. King of Wands, of course, whatever energy you're focusing on is what you're drawing towards you. But there is this clarity with the Page of Swords that's coming in. The King of Wands is an energy of, what do I want? Everyone's telling me what I'm supposed to want and should want and need to want and blah, blah, blah. But this Page of Swords is clarity of, what is it that I want outside of everyone else's opinion? What do I want to do? How am I going to go forward? What are we, going in this direction? So I feel like what's coming in is you're realizing what you do want and what you don't want. And it's helping you make some decisions in your life, because some of that, what we all grow up with, is trying to please what everyone and what they're wanting us to do. And, through praise and punishment, we get a long list of shoulds and shouldn'ts, right? And we live our life by that until we get to a place of like, I'm tired of trying to live up to these rules that I don't even want to live up to. I don't want that. What do I want? And that's the kind of clarity that comes in. It's not an identity crisis, but it's an identity clarification, I feel, is what is headed towards you. And because of that, you do make some decisions and you do clear up some confusion between what it is that your brain is wanting to do and where your heart is wanting to take you. It's like you get your brain and your heart on the same page, something that they can support with each other instead of feel like they're battling with each other. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, blessed one. So many blessings to you. All right. Oh, thank you, Keller Stellar, for the donation. So we will step out of the free readings. Let's jump up here. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. You were right there. I was about to ask, so perfect. So Keller Stellar, thank you so much for your donation. Let's give you your timestamp here. We do dive deeper into the donation readings too. So, we want to know what is going on with your relationship. So, we'll dive in here, see what's happening. You also get a fortune cookie. It's an oracle, little oracle card. So, we'll find out what we have here. So, let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me do that on those. Let's see what's going on. All right. So, based on energy, what's happening here? This relationship, all of those. Nope, they're like, nope. Keep shuffling, boy. All right, there we go. So we've got that. We've got this with this and that underneath. What else? Okay, this one here. Oh, and these two as well. All right. Leading to that. All right, we'll see what we got going on here. Okie dokie. Let me just I don't see the cards yet. They're all face down except for the bottom of the deck. And you do have the Eight of Cups on the bottom here. Now, the Eight of Cups. Oh, and you got the Lover's card underneath there too with the Tower card. Okay. Well, what is going on with your relationship here? Because the Eight of Cups is an energy of walking away from emotions or a relationship that doesn't serve me anymore. Um, And the Lover's card is an important relationship energy, but the Tower card is also a card of what is no longer serving me, is removed out of my life to make space for something that's more in alignment for who I want to be and where I want to go kind of energy. It is a for me energy. We'll get clarity on all this, but looking at these three cards on the bottom of the deck, it feels like you are transitioning from one relationship, um, at least emotionally, to something different. So we'll see here if it's leaving the relationship itself for to transform for someone else later, or is this the relationship is transforming and the old way has to end to go forward in a different way. So we'll get clarity on that. So just want to before we go, oh my God, my relationship is ending. Well, the relationship as it is does feel like it's ending, but we'll see, is it evolving or going out the door, right? So let's take a look here. You do have the Two of Wands. There is this power of energy. Whatever we focus on is what we draw in coming in here. It is about, again, there's this energy of we used to hold on to this. This is the current relationship, the way it is. And here is choosing to go a different way, looking at the world a little differently. So again, this energy is being reinforced from the bottom of the deck going, there's a choice coming up here, right? And let's see what this is. You have the Four of Wands. So we do have joy, celebration. There's this marriage card energy here. Let's see what's below here. We have the 6 of Swords, which is this energy of, like, seeing things from a different perspective, leaving old ways of thinking behind, seeing things from that higher perspective, which creates change in the outside world that comes in with that too. So it starts here, a change of mindset changes, and it inspires action in the outside world. So there is a movement, and generally it's from choppy waters to calmer waters, which again could always mean two different things, right? Because sometimes if we're in conflict in a relationship, leaving it brings peace, or evolving and going to a new level, can bring peace too, right? And we have the moon card. So there's a lot of emotions, a lot of reflection that comes to the surface here through this. So a lot of clarity about what it is that I want. They're reminding me, what is this? The List? There was a movie that was out this year. It was a newer one. And it's where there's like, was there, I think there's three children, but they're like older, they're adults, and their mom passes away, but their mom left. Um, she owned like this big cosmetic company or something, and she left um, things to other people, like their other children. But for her, she had to go on this. She had to go complete this list that she found from her daughter when she was a teenager. You have to go do all these things on this list. Um, it's a lot. But so there is this energy, of what is this list? What is this change? Oh, the whole thing was, one of the things was, um, the things, it's like they had to find the love according to this, what their it's like their mom had helped a friend of theirs, and they're like, "This is what the guidance your mom gave me in finding love. Do they encourage you to be the best version of yourself? Um, would you want them to be a parent of your child?" There was like these things, and when she realized this list, she realized the person she was with wasn't it. And this is this kind of energy, this clarity that's coming in that they're bringing back to my mind here, right? So interesting. We have the Six of Cups, which is a past life energy. Let's see what this is for here. The King of Swords and the Queen of Wands. I do feel here the Six of Cups with past life energy. On one hand, this is, I feel like there is someone coming further down the road, or when you meet him, you're going to be like, it's bumping into an old friend, and you're going to have this draw to someone that it feels like home, that you feel so comfortable with, that has an immediate connection. If you don't feel that with your current relationship, it's because that's not them, because I feel like the relationship that is this marriage, that is this togetherness, is someone that when you meet them, I usually joke that they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt, because it's so obvious when you meet them. You're just like, you're not going to have to wonder if it's the person or not, because you're just like, whoa, wow. And it feels like something very deep, not something, like the you know, attraction energy of, "Oh, I really like them," and, it's like, "Oh my gosh," it's this big pull that comes in here. And the King of Swords, it's someone that can communicate, that's very intelligent, that they're a master communicator, but they also have this passion and this emotional, so it's like they hit you in all 3 areas, a great mental stimulation and emotional stimulation. Physical stimulation. There's all 3 areas. It's like, wow, but communication is key here with this person. The 6 of Cups, I feel like, is who comes your way here. So it's interesting. Let's see what else we got here. I know you're like, oh, this is a lot, right? Yeah, we do have the Three of Wands, and the Three of Wands, and the Queen of Swords. The Three of Wands is with new information. I end up choosing to go a different direction. And the Queen of Swords is an energy of this is like one of my perfect compatible people energies because the Queen rules over the swords with the King of Swords, but all the queens are given a second portion of emotion behind the scenes. So they're a beautiful balance. And it's like one of the cards that I get that represents someone that just fits like a glove in so many ways. A five-fingered glove that fits a five-fingered person, not a five-fingered glove that fits a four-fingered person where there's a lot of extra, where one person feels like, "Oh, I've got everything I need." And the other person is like, "I kind of feel empty," which is I kind of feel like where you're at, right? You're like, you feel like you're not getting um that fulfillment energy, right? Which, is leading you here. Yeah, you're the Seven of Cups. There's a lot of emotions, a lot of stuff going on here, right? Um, and I like this because with the Seven of Cups, I feel like this is that emotional conflict that's going on between the two of you with your current relationship. I feel like that is you're kind of torn because with that energy, right? Um, oh, the movie, The List. I think it's called The List. If anyone knows that, if by my description, what the name of the movie was, but I'm sure if you Google AI can help you find it. Yeah, and you even have the King of Cups on the bottom, which is the divine counterpart of the Queen of Swords, because 'cause they're both opposing energies, like well, the King of Cups has mind behind the scenes, so they rule over all emotion, but they have mind behind the scenes. The Queen of Swords rules over the mind, but behind the scenes has the heart. So there's this beautiful compatibility here, that's coming in there. So it does feel like that's the kind of energy that we're heading there. I hope it's not too much of a surprise. If that resonates with you, you're like, bye. I'm to the that Three of Wands, I'm at the door. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. But it does feel like that's what the energy is. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. See if we have any clarity here. Right. And you have, yeah, growth. Focus on personal and spiritual growth. What do you need? Focus on your growth. I love that. The sunflower. So hopefully that brings in clarity there for you, Stellar Keller. um, I know, big surprise. So hopefully that isn't too much of a shocker for you. But yeah, I wonder if that's the name of the movie. It's something like The List. It did come out this year. It was on I think I saw it on Netflix or Prime or somewhere on one of those thingies out there. Um, it wasn't in the movie theater. It was out there. But all right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. And thank you again for your donation. Welcome to the Zen Friends. Hopefully, we'll see you around some more. Um, and many blessings to you. All right. That's good. Thank you. Okay. It's like she's gone silent. Oh no. All right. And then we have, is that Sophia? What before that we have melancholic. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Let me add you to the free list here. Boom. Give myself some more space here. And we have Sophia Cutie Patootie. I love it. Right. I'll add you to the free list here as well. And Anna, hello, Anna. Welcome, welcome. Phew. I'm so glad I caught you still. Do you have a question for you? Deja vu question, but with a different couple. Whoa. Okay, very good. All right. Thank you so much. We'll jump to that here in a moment there. All right. So as soon as you ask your question, we'll prioritize and jump down there. But just for the sake of time, we will here jump to Olivier Bagara. You are up next. Here is your time stamp. So, what are your colleagues' thoughts about you? Does he like me in a good way, as a friendship way? All right, let's take a look here. All right, thank you. All right, boom, boom. Two cards came flying out. So let's see here. Your colleagues' thoughts towards you here. Wow. Yeah. Well, we've got the Page of Swords and the Page of Wands. So they do think of you as, these are like number 11s on a scale of 1 to 10. So they like the conversations, they like the communication with the Page of Swords. So they really value that. And the Page of Wands is, I mean, it can be an attraction energy, but I don't feel necessarily like there's well, maybe a little bit, but I feel like a lot of it is they love your energy, they like your connection with each other, and they really like who you are in that. I feel like there's a little bit of maybe a little draw of attraction, you know, but it's energetic. There's a little physical attraction there. That's what I'm saying. There's some of that there, but they're not blind. So, um, you know, but I like this, that they feel like it's you're above people that they've met before, and so they just really like who you are, and they think highly of you. That's a good way to say it, right? So they do definitely think highly of you, um, and they like your intelligence and your conversations with the swords. But there is that, and they like the connection that's there. And like I said, there's a little bit of physical connection, but I mean, you can't blame them. You're like, yeah, I get it, right? So I feel like that. I don't feel like they're wanting to try to pursue anything yet. They enjoy the colleague, relationship, um, and that they do feel close to you. But the emotions aren't there. The cup's energy didn't pop out um, yet, anyway. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. All right. Many blessings to you. Yeah, you're very welcome, Keller Stellar. Glad it resonates. All right. And then we have Suprita. You are up here. Let's grab your timestamp here. And you want to know, when will you get a job? You're a master's student and going to graduate in May of 2026. Isn't that great? We'll pull from the When deck, which is the learning tarot, because they have times and dates. Well, dates on there, not times, but dates or periods of time. So let's take a look here. Based on your current energy, when will you get a job? All right. You got the 10 of Wands. Oh my gosh. When do you graduate? May. Oh, well, this is hilarious. So I don't know. You probably can't see it down here. There's the timing. You have the 10 of Wands, the ending and beginning. The time period they have listed on this deck is December 20th of 2023 all the way through May 7th of 2026. So I feel like you're going to get a job as you're graduating. I feel like you're going to, between now and when you're graduating, I feel like you will have a job waiting for you when you graduate. Because I feel like you're going to be applying as you're approaching graduation. And I feel like it's going to be, connected to your master's degree coming in there because you can't make that up. Seriously? I know, right? You can't make it up. Out of all the cards that are in there, they have a specific May 7th of 2026, anywhere between now and then, of course. So, I like that for you. So definitely, you know, as you're getting towards graduation, right? Just keep your eyes open, follow your gut, follow your instinct, your draw, and apply for places. Because I feel like it feels like you're gonna have a job in place as soon as you graduate, you're able to do that, right? Absolutely. That's the based on the current energy. So I like that for you. You really need a job. Yeah. So I feel like that now if you're looking for something to do in the meantime, because I felt this was the energy around your masters. So if you're needing a job, just have income between now and May of next year. Just not related to your masters. It's just income, an income job, not career, but like a job, right? Let's see what that brings in here for you. Yep, July 1st to December 17th, 5 of Wands. And it feels like with the 5 of Wands, this is like your friends group. You might, there might be someone that knows of a temporary job that maybe through the holiday seasons, or it's like a short-term job between now and May. I feel like there's something that you'll find within your friends between now and that December date. So I do feel like you have like a job, just income that you could have here as well, but that's not your permanent one. That's just so you have some money in between. Oh, an on-campus part-time job. Very cool. So, if you're looking for something else, you can definitely find something else too between that period, but I like that for you. So, many blessings to you, Sabrita. Yeah, just income. The career is, coming in May, so I like that for you. So, many blessings to you. Alright, so we'll step out here. So, for the free readings, who I have left here, we're gonna jump over to complete Anna's donation, and then we'll come back to we have Mary the Aries, and then Maria P, and then Marie Celentine, and then Happy Pill, uh, m m uh, Melancholic, I'll try to get that said correctly, and then Sevilla, Cutie Patootie will be after that. You're very welcome. Alright, so Anna, thank you so much for your donation. Glad I was still on for you as well. Yeah, we're only at 2 hours on, so no problema. Let's put this down here. All right. So let's give your donation a love and a like here. Hello, hello. So you talked to your neighbor friend SJ tonight. She's the one who recently filed. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. The soon to be ex is now in Georgia. And in their conversation yesterday, he accidentally slipped by mentioning something about the house. So SJ is concerned because this isn't something he should be aware. The ex used to have cameras outside the home, but she removed them after he left. Is there a hidden listening device? Uh-oh. And our camera in the home? If so, where? She took your advice and downloaded an app to see how many devices were connected to the internet. The app showed two different IP addresses. Some of them will be from cell and computer, but two sounds like an awful or oh, you said 21. 21 seems like an awful lot. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, I'm wondering here. Yeah, that is an awful lot with computers, and although these days, if you have Alexa and your thermostat and this and that, but that does sound like an awful lot. So let's take a look here. Great question. Yeah, gonna find out what is happening here. So first of all, is there right, we wanted to know, are there listening and or cameras done? No Alexa or Google or anything either. Yeah, that sounds an awful lot. Has she tried, of course, you probably have already reset the internet, right? Unplug it, turn off the modem, and restart it. But some things might automatically be set to reconnect or change the security password on the internet, because if something is trying to reconnect and it had the old password, it won't automatically update it either. Ooh, look at that. Spirit tech support. All right, let's take a look here. Is there anything, any listening? Let's see, any listening devices and or cameras, right? And if so, where? Mhm. All right. What do we all have here? Okay, let's just look at all of these here. Sorry, let me just clear this out over here. There we go. So, at the bottom of the deck, we do have the Five of Swords that's here. And the Five of Swords is conflicting energies. And I wonder if there's someone that's also using the internet. Like, did they give the password to a neighbor? There's someone else that shimmied there as well. Spirits tech support. Oh, well, all right. Um, so there is some conflicting energy, conflicting communication that's there. We do have the moon card, which is about hidden things that are there. So there could be that she might have missed a camera or two or a listening device, because we've got these towers, which it's like there's something being watched here, right? Yeah, if she can find the device, but you know, but that doesn't feel necessary. I just feel like with this energy, it's like, you know, because if you change the password and on the internet and reset it, then the devices, you'll see that instead of 21, there's 20, or there's less. Then you're like, oh, there's some devices that didn't reconnect, and then I'll find them. Then I know how many there are to find, because um, I don't know if you can have a police report. I'm just trying to, they're just thinking through this, right? Um, Because if I'm married, I'm not officially divorced yet, I can have whatever I want in my joint custody house, right? Or whatever. There's no, when you're legally united, right? Can you file a lawsuit against having something that was there before I left? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, just let that ruminate. But the moon card is showing that there's some hidden and unseen. Even the hanged man, there might be something. Um, it feels like, I don't know if there's something in the trees. Is that where they had cameras, outside cameras? Anything? It feels like it's something hanging outside. I'm being reminded of. a Ben Affleck movie, The Accountant, and he had cameras out in the trees looking back at the house. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. All right, sounds good. And then, so I do feel like something on trees in the outside that's coming in here, and um, I want to say something with the Six of Pentacles too. There's this energy here of what are the scales and the balance? Something balanced somewhere, but this almost feels like a microphone, too. Hanging upside down, how a microphone hang down. That almost reminds me of that too. That's an extra thing. So I'd feel like there's something on the tree, something external cameras pointing back at the house. Um, and then it can even be like a solar powered camera. Um, and it may not even be on property too, right? Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. That there could be one that's missed, and it might even be, like, off property, like, it could be at a neighbor's check your trees. Yeah, if it's your neighbor, it could be in the neighbor's, something that they're like, "Oh," a long distance one, um, kind of thing that's coming in maybe a little bit that way too, but I feel like it's more of a distant camera than it is, with there, right? Yeah, what's the Six of Pentacles, though? I just feel like there's something about something being balanced somewhere, something on the scales. I don't know. I feel like it's almost like there's a Statue of Liberty, because that's what I'm seeing is like the Statue of Liberty, that has um in holding the torch, and there's the scales, if that makes sense. So um take that as we will. That maybe that will trigger something for him, but for her. But we've got that, and we've got the Devil card and the Three of Swords here. Um, so this is this energy of Capricorn, energy, work energy, with expectations and disappointment and heartbreak. And it does feel like there was a lot of this suspicion energy before. So, there is this bit of this. Um, where did she work from home? Or do they have an office? Because it almost feels like there's something in an office where it's work related kind of energy. Yeah. So it's really look at the, you know, where they're, um, the work area, especially with that Capricorn ruling the 10th house of work and um, suspicion kind of energy, because it's like that's where you would talk to people. And there might even be something, I don't know. She might check to see if there's something like if this is my computer, it's going to be back here that could see my computer monitor kind of energy there as well. But they were, the little trickster of trying to monitor what they were doing because, the guilty dog barks loudest. And so they're like, this is what I would do. And so I'm putting up things to watch them the way I would fear being watched. Not me personally, them. I talk about their ex that's in here. But I do feel like there's a few. Um, how many total here? There's something about maybe Oh, no, 3 sounds I feel like there's, like, a listening device, like a microphone because of that hanging upside down, but then I feel like there's a camera outside, at least 1 in a tree that she missed, and there might be even 2 in the outside. 1 on property, 1 further away, not like it's way down the street or anything like that. And then I feel like there's 1 in her work area because that's where conversations happen. It's where she talks to her lawyer, talks to, you know, all of her many lovers that she had. Just kidding. The suspected many lovers. That's where you did it. You would chat with them online and call, kind of energy. But, yeah, um, so I feel like that's, like, where they're at here. Um, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, right? That's good, yeah, so, it's all there as well, but, yeah, so there's a lot of that, kind of, stuff there. I'm just sitting here to see, is there anything else? If they'll show me anything else. I must feel like, with that the, um, Justice is Blind statue, it almost feels like a nanny cam is where I was going with that. Mm-mm. Wow, isn't that great? Yeah, we like that. Look at you even got synchronicity, and the clock, maybe check a clock. There might be, like, a camera and a clock. But notice and trust meaningful coincidences. It ain't no coincidence, kind of energy. Um, but, this is interesting that, trust it, and the clocks, but yeah, but if she doesn't wanna yeah, so yeah, I definitely feel like there are a few. I kept on sensing, like, I do feel so just to summarize, a camera in a tree that she missed, and a camera in a tree or on a building or something that's further away pointing at the house, whether there's a shed or a garage, it's something that's further away getting the full picture of the house, but it's in a place where you could see people coming and going, because that was the big thing, was to capture it from a distance, you could see who's coming and going, and you could capture license plates and whatever. So it's something that's further away in a tree, and then also in on a shed or some sort of structure. So I feel like there's 2 cameras still in the outside, but they're in places where you wouldn't, like, see them. You have to kinda look up and do that. And then, like I said, the one that feels like a nanny cam, and then there's one, I feel like, in the office, and then a microphone capturing device, um, that's there, and check the clock. So, it does feel like there's still quite a few there, um, there, so on her car, any tracking device on her car. I feel like there's a little, I don't feel like it's a recording device or anything like that, but I do feel like there's a tracker in there. Um, yeah, the movement energy. But I feel like it's like one of those little things that's maybe like put under the seat. They have these little things that they're just really, really small that you can just put under there. But I feel like there's something in the car too. But that's just a tracking device. It's not a listening or um, camera or anything. It's just a to be able to track it, you know, energy there. The battery will eventually die. It's not connected to the car. It's something that you put in there. But I feel like it might even be close to being dead. The battery might be dead already on it because it feels like there was one in there, but it doesn't feel like it matters anymore, which it really doesn't, right? But you might just check under the seats, do a good vacuuming, check underneath, all of them there. But get a little kid to do it. They can see under the seats, right? Interesting. I'm so glad I'm single. All right. So that's what they have for you, Anna. Hopefully that helps a little bit in tracking those down. So happy hunting, scavenger hunt, you know. Have kids do the search, make it go find these. A trip to Best Buy tomorrow. Yay! A little dee dee dee, one of those little FBI, is there a bug in the house? Dee 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 dee, find the electrical equipment. You are very welcome. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right. Let's take a look here. So we have another Maria. Hello, Maria. I think I've got a Mary, a Maria, a Marie, and another Maria for free reading. So we'll get to you guys here in a bit. Let me see here. We had Dr. Mariah and came and went. So hello, hello, and goodbye. And of course, we've got my baby. Thank you for your donation. We'll be up to you next here in a moment. Let me add you to our little list here. I think that's everyone that has come in since then. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So I'm going to jump over to my baby for your donation. After that, I do have next up for free readings will be Mary the Aries, Maria P, Marie Celentine, Happy Pill, Melancholic, Sophia, Cutie Patootie, and then Maria M9, etc. You'll be after that. So that's where I'm at on free readings. I am going to run to the little boys' room real quick because all this coffee I was drinking earlier has gone through me. So that can focus and we'll just take our time on the readings. I'll be right back. So hang in there, bio break. All right. Thank you guys so much. Let me just move my little cushion back here. All righty, righty, righty. Much better. Thank you so much. All right. So let's get back into it here. So, my baby, you're up next. So, 22454. There is your time stamp. And so, you wanted to know here, um, Arjans, I'm probably totally mispronouncing that. You want to know, we'll call them R's. R's thoughts and feelings about you. Has he seen your dating profile? All right, let's give your donation a love and a like here since it lets me do that here on those. So thank you for your donation. Let's see what we got here. So their thoughts towards you or about you first. Okay. Got that and that one and that one. And then feelings. Okay, boom, boom, boom. And then has he seen your dating profile? All right. Take a look here. So let's look at that first. Have they seen your dating profile? We've got the King of Cups and the Eight of Cups here, which is all about this emotional energies and the looking for the perfect person kind of energies. So I do feel like they have seen that because what I'm getting with this is they're looking to see what kind of um, information that you put on the profile about what you like and you don't like and what your perfect person is. That's where they figure you'll put some of that stuff out there, and so they're like seeing if it's a compatible match kind of energy that's there. So interesting. So we'll take a look here. So now let's see here their thoughts about you. We have the Knight of Pentacles. So there is this it's the slowest moving knight out of them all. So their mind is having them take their time not to rush into anything. And that's what the brain does when it's if the especially if they've experienced hurt and stuff in the past, the mind slows the roll so that they don't rush into something and get hurt again. The mind becomes cautious, going, no, 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 no. Get back here. Like the little leash on the heart, get back. Take your time. Uh, so I do feel like that's part of the energy, and that's not personal. That's just good for you to know. 3 cards underneath that will tell us more about their specific thoughts towards you here. And the King of Pentacles. They do feel here this is about a great amount of abundance in the outside world. So there is this thought of fullness, wholeness, this that like the full physical package of what they sense in the physical world. So they like what they see, but they also like what they feel you can bring as well. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles. So that is an abundance energy. I got a lot of Pentacles energy here. Um, so I do feel like they see that you're on this path of finding a sense of your worth differently. And I feel like the way their mind works with you is that they see that you approach things differently than other people. You have a different sense of your worth than the normal people they come across. And that intrigues them because you also have the King of Swords, which King of Swords energy, they rule over the mental energy and they get a second portion, all the kings do, of mental energy. So they're the master of communication. So they like how you communicate. They like how you present yourself, like on the dating profile. They like how you said things. They like how you communicate. So that's the mind energies that are coming in there. And then what about their feelings? The feelings. The Three of Pentacles that we have here. Let's see, what else do we have here too? Yeah, the Three of Pentacles energy is like creative, and their heart likes that side of you that it's like you're true to your authentic self, you're real, and the heart just really likes that. The heart is drawn into the you're unique and you are yourself kind of energy. You also have the star card, which Aquarius energy. I'm Aquarius sun. We're weird. We're unique. We're not afraid to be who we are, right? And they like that. It is like a dream come true energy. And the heart is like really attracted. And they see you as that. Wow. Again, that intriguing feeling comes from the heart there. And we have the Two of Wands. Two of Wands energy. It's like the heart is making plans and the mind is like, "Yeah, but we're not gonna communicate those and act on those yet." The mind is kind of controlling and bullying the heart. The heart is all in. "Oh my god, da, da, da," but the mind is the one that holds them back, with that. So, um, I like that for you. Hopefully, that gives you a little tidbit on where they're coming from. You had at the bottom of the deck, you had the Six of Cups. The Six of Cups energy is a past life energy. And so I do feel like I don't know if they really sense it as much as you do, because I feel like you're more empathic and more in tune with your emotions. But I feel like you kind of feel this. I know you from a past life or two or three or a dozen or 100. And we've been a variety of different things, but you've got this emotional energy that's there where you just feel this familiarity with them. And so, we've got that connection that I feel you have, like, yeah, I do know him from others. So if you feel this other emotional energy below the surface, then that's like, why do I feel so much emotional connection with them? It's because it goes beyond this lifetime to others as well, right? Let's see here. Yeah, they did see it. Let's see here. Hinge or Bumble. Let's take a look here. So Hinge and Bumble. Let's take a look. Queen of Pentacles, Hinge. Actually, it looks like on both because we've got the Queen of Pentacles energy is about seeing you as sensual and nurturing energy on Hinge. On Bumble, it's like Ten of Cups, happy, happy, joy energy on Bumble. So I do feel like they saw both with these two cards coming in. So um they 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 done tracked you down. They must be on a multiple couple sites as well. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. What else about them here? Yeah, intention. Yeah, I like this. So for you, this is you set clear and focused intentions. What's your energy? Something that can help with relationship and when we're looking at different individuals is if I have an energy and my intention is to find love and I need love, I want love, I fear I won't find love, that's actually lack energy that'll push things away. Something that can help is when you focus on gratitude, sincere, real gratitude about what you love about an individual or what you love about relationships you've had in the past. When you have gratitude towards the universe for, I really love this about them and this about them. And I like this about our interactions. I'm so grateful for that. And in my past relationships, I really loved this interaction with this person. So grateful, so grateful, so grateful. Doesn't mean you have to be grateful for the entire relationship you had, but what are the things you love? It's like going into a donut shop and pointing out all the donuts you love. You get a box of donuts that represent that. If you go in, focus on everything you hated, you get a box of donuts of things you hate. So in not focusing on finding love, but gratitude for the love you have and the love you have had draws it in. And gratitude for what you love in people helps that grow. If you focus on who someone's not being, you get more of that not. So just a little bit with that, intentions energy that's there. So Hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. So enjoy your adventure. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So that was it for the donations, I believe. Let me just make sure. Yep. All right. So let's jump back to the free readings. Let me just get these set up real quick here. Since I added these new ones. Sorry, that's a little noisy. Click, 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 click. All right. So, Mary the Aries, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. There we go. And hi. So, you'd like to get a general. Oh, yeah, you just had heart surgery. So, I know just being still. My host just had spine surgery a month ago, Monday. And she just returned back to work this last week, but she's wearing her brace and she works from home. But she's like usually a go, 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 go energy as well. So it's hard to just, remain calm. I get you. So, a general here. What does Spirit want you to know right now here? Mary the Aries. All right. You're welcome, baby. So, you got the King of Swords and the Four of Swords. Wow. Yeah, you got this. Definitely some wonderful clarity that's coming in the mental world here, because the Four of Swords, you can see here, they sleep on this Ace of Swords. The King of Swords has the Ace of Swords too. So I feel like what's coming in here with all this, the Four of Swords is like a peace of mind, but it is an energy of, how can you say, realizing the expectations that I have on the different areas of my life, like around relationships with humans, around jobs and education, around um, like money and possessions and our body, especially with heart stuff, right? But there's all the three things, and it's all these mindsets that are being brought up to show us our small t truths rooted in fear, all these expectations, all these opinions that we've been given throughout our life, telling us the should, the supposed to, the need to, the have to, the must, all that, right? Well, the King of Swords, they roll over the mental world, and all the kings are given a second portion of swords, which makes them the master of the story. A lot of this is, you know, we're given all the bedtime stories growing up around, well, this is supposed to mean that. When this happens, this is what this means. When that happens, that's what that means about you, about others, about the world, blah, 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 right? But those are just stories. That's just opinion. That's fiction. We get to decide what story we want to put to everything. We have that power of choice. And a lot of this energy that's coming in here is, if I don't like a story, I get to change it. I get to change the story to what I believe, not what I'm supposed to believe. So there's a very big empowerment here. And I like it that as you're resting, that's hilarious. Out of all the cards, you get one of these laying around cards coming in here, the Four of Swords. I'm resting. And while I'm resting, my mind is a working, but it's a good time to journal, to question, to reflect on, why do I believe these things? Especially the triggers that come up, these things that bring uncomfortable things with them. Is like, is that really true? Um, if you're wanting a good reflective tool, in addition to my podcast series, The Easier Path, I even think I talk about Byron Katie, thework.com. She's got a great YouTube channel under her name, Byron Katie, BYRON KATIE. And then she has a website with a free Judge Your Neighbor worksheet, a process, which is an amazing reflection worksheet. But it's the work, just THEWORK.com altogether. And it's all free. And she's got a great book, but her videos, I loved just watching on her YouTube channel, watching people work through their worksheets with her, because it's a wonderful eye-opening thing too. So I feel like Now is the time to question some long held beliefs and stories and become your own storyteller. So I like that for you, Mary the Aries. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Maria P, you are up. So thank you for your donation earlier. Here is your free reading here. Anyone know what is it that makes you different from any others? Like to Wally, right? How are you different? What makes you stand out and makes you their choice? Let's take a look here. I don't need those, just that one. What else? Yeah, look, you do stand out. Four of Cups. Here's all the people that he used to have, but you do stand out here emotionally with this coming in here. You also have the Ace of Swords. Yeah, the way you think, the way you see things, the way you communicate um, is different here. The way you love is different too. I feel like you have more self-love and you share that, that love because you have this different sense of love than for yourself than others did. You're more confident, more secure than the others. But this Ace of Swords, I feel like, is the big thing because um, how you guys can talk and how you guys. I feel like they're bringing back something like when you guys first met over a year ago, right? That it was the conversations, it was the laughing, it was the how you guys just click on. You're able to talk about things and you think about things a lot like is that a like a lot. There you go. um But it's how you communicate is huge that has you, stand apart, and what I mean by that is, again, how you can talk about anything with them, and if you don't know something, you'll research it, but you know a lot, and you have great perspective, and, just the way you come about it, um, you think a lot alike in things, and that's why they're like, "Okay, you'll get this, so I'm gonna tell you I can tell you about this." Other people, they'd have to explain it and they would come from a different point of view, but you guys have a lot of similar points of view, which they like. So hopefully that helps. That's some of it there. All right. So many blessings to you, Maria P. All right. And we will jump back to free readings here in a moment. Thank you, my baby, for your additional donation. So let's grab an additional timestamp here for you. Here are both of your timestamps together, and we'll give that second donation a love and a like. Appreciate that. And you want to know their most recent thoughts and feelings about you, how they think you think and feel about him. Ah, all right. So, something that's good to know, to clarify when we're gonna go look and see what are they what even when we ask what do people think and feel about me, we realize that all of us don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. We see through the filters of our experiences, our past, our conditioning, right? Through praise and punishment growing up. So we all don't see the world clearly because we see the world through our eyes, not as it really is. So, when we're wondering what's their perception of me, that is their perception, their opinion. Doesn't mean it's anywhere close to the truth, but we don't even see ourselves clearly. So, keep that in mind. And then when we're going, what do they think I think of them? Just realize what they're thinking that we think is also through their perception. So it may not be close to accurate picture, but it's good to understand what's their energy, where are they coming from. It gives you an idea of at least what's going on over there, but that doesn't have anything to do with who you really are, if that makes sense. Okay. All that said, now let's jump in. So their recent thoughts and feelings about you. Okay. Got these here. And then how he thinks you think and feel about him, right? So how he thinks you think, how he thinks you feel. about them. I do want these, but I want this one here too. All right. Yeah, and it's interesting with the 6 of Swords here. The 6 of Swords is an energy of a change of mindset. And it's an improvement. It's going from choppy waters to calmer waters. So it does bring in a little bit like like with us all, right? Our first impression of people, we end up kind of putting people in boxes, going, "Oh, this is who you are. You belong in this box with other people that I think you're like." And then you get to know people and like, "Oh no, you don't belong in that box. No, you don't belong in that box either." And they realize that you don't fit in their regular boxes. And I feel like that's what's been happening. Not that they thought bad of you or anything before, they just kind of not stereotyped you, but kind of generally categorized you to go, oh, you're like this. All right. And then they're like, oh, no, you're different, which is a refreshing thing for them. The recent thoughts and feelings towards you here. Yeah. Got the star card. Which is kind of like this, again, Aquarius, weird dream come true energy. I think I even said that in your first reading because I'm Aquarius. Like, you're weird, you're different, you're unique kind of energy I feel comes in here. And so they do feel like you're different. Knight of Cups. There is movement of emotion. So there is that romance energy. There is that attraction, interest that's there, but it's emotional. It's not just, any kind of like, just physical attraction or whatever. There's this heart energy, which we already knew that from your previous reading, but there is movement of the heart, and that other energy, and the Four of Swords. So here's this energy of, here's the expectations. Like this is where they normally like put people, but you're different. There's this They see you from a different perspective. And so their thoughts have changed towards you in a positive way. Not that they were negative, but they're a positive, energy and how they see you. Again, you're different. You're more real than people usually are. And they like that because they're not a huge game player. They're just tired of people who play games. Now, how they think that you think about them, yeah, the Four of Cups. I feel like they think that you're different too, that you think they're different too, because the Three of Cups, you're bored with the usual and you're looking for something different, and they feel like they think you think they're different too. And the Fool card, yeah. There's this energy of a new adventure full of possibilities. And so I feel like they think that, yeah, you're able to do this. You're able to offer something that other people don't, a new adventure. Not the same old, oh, here we go again. Been down this street before. It's like, no, this is intrigue again. And that's that mirroring, right? They're like, I'm intrigued with you, so I think you're intrigued by me. Or I'm intrigued with myself, so I think you're intrigued with me too. Let's see what else their thoughts are here. Yeah. We've got the 3 of Pentacles, which is that I think did we get that for you? This is that, being real, being true, authentic, and different, unique, unafraid, so that they are creative and different. Again, that energy coming in. The Tower card is an interesting energy because I feel like they are picking up that one of your fears is that they would ghost you and that they would leave. So they're picking up like I wonder if that like they're sensing like an insecurity of, um that people leave, people suddenly choose to leave. So I'm not sure where that came up, if that came up in conversations or something, but they've got this thought that you fear that I'm going to be like the others and that I'm just going to disappear. And I think they feel don't feel like it's just them, that you put, all of them in the same category. This is what you guys do, not that they think that you're that, you know, you're not bitter and that, but that's a fear of yours is what I feel like in their brain, they feel you think about them, if that makes sense. So let me just make sure I'm clear. So they think that you think that they're going to be someone that just leaves suddenly. And then, your question's over here. I know I'm looking at the computer over here. And then your feelings, yeah. So how do they think that you feel about them? So they're thinking about this here. Yeah, we've got the death and rebirth card here. Again, here's the fear of abandonment, but the two of cups, they also are like, um, they feel like you want to be with them, that you want a relationship with them, but you do fear that the relationship would end. That's one of your fears. So they do feel, it's interesting that comes in here, right? Like that. He said that he thinks that they think. But there's this interesting energy that comes in here with this because they're like, you fear losing me. You want to I feel like you want to have a relationship with me. Um, and you fear losing me, and they think that's a cool thing because otherwise you wouldn't care. "Pff, whatever, I can take you or leave you, you're like 10th dessert. Psst, I've had enough. I don't have to have you or not." But they feel like you have that kind of energy towards them. So feel like they feel like there's interest there. And we'll see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these cards back in here. Sorry, I like to put them in individually in separate places, just as a kind of a shuffle so all the cards don't keep coming out together unless they're meant to. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in. All right. Yeah, so they see it as this abundance. Abundance flows to those who believe in its presence. So I like that's their energy, how they feel about it. Like this is a good thing. They feel abundant with it. So hopefully that helps bring in some clarity in the situation. So thank you again for your additional donation. Many blessings to you. Hey, Sudeshna, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. We'll jump to your question as soon as you put it out there. In the meantime, just for the sake of time, I'm going to jump to another free reading here. We have Marie Selentine. So, Marie, look at this. You're at 25252. Repeating numbers. Has Philippe found someone else? All right. Based on their current energies in their life, have they found someone else? All right. Let's take a look here. As far as found, I feel like they're talking to someone with the Page of Swords because that is new communication. So I feel like they're talking with someone, but I don't feel like they've met him in person. The King of Pentacles feels like they're really focused on the outside world, focused on achievement, getting, job and abundance and all that stuff in the outside world. I feel like they're really focused on that. But I do feel like they're talking to at least one person here, but they're just chatting. They haven't met him in person or anything like that. So I feel like they're just kind of doing the texting, interacting energies, but I don't feel like they're really focused in on my life energy, not romance in their life right now. But I do feel like chat, they are chatting someone up. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Marie. So many blessings to you. For the free readings, I still have Happy Pill and then Melancholic, Sophia, and Maria, the M9 Maria. You'll be up after I finish up with Sudeshna. So just let everyone know where we're at. So, Sudeshna, thank you so much for your donation. Let's grab your timestamp here. Here we go. And we'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. So, thank you so much for that. Oh, let me try that again. There we go. All right. And you're wondering, why can't I have a deep sleep? You work late at night, but still you wake up at 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning. You try to sleep, but can't. Why is it happening? What do I need to work on? All right. Yeah, I've been doing the same thing. I've been staying up till like 2 or 3 in the morning. And I can't get to sleep. And I still wake up at 7 or 8 in the morning, getting 5, 6 hours of sleep. And I'm like, I just want to sleep, but my body's like, we're awake. Maybe it's the energy going on in the world or something, but you're not alone. Let's take a look here and see what else we have here. You're welcome. All right. So what is behind this? Let's tap in. Where is the sleeping going in here? Okay. Thank you. Yep. All right. All right. Okay. All right. So the energy here that came out here first is the 7 of Cups. So, the 7 of Cups energy, that has to do with a lot of emotional confusion, a lot of emotional, um, I guess conflict is a good word for here. Just a lot of the emotional energy, stress, and things that are coming in there. And so there is that, impact that puts you into that stress level that makes us into that fight or flight mode that makes it difficult to, you know, feel safe to be able to go to sleep, right? Let me just take a quick sip here. Here we go. So I do feel like there's some emotional energy that's coming in with that here. Um, and then we have the 9 of Pentacles that's on the bottom of the deck, which has to do with this feeling alone, feeling isolated energy a little bit that's coming in here. So I do feel like it feels very grounded or rooted in that, not grounded, but rooted in that, that's coming in here. So there's like this anxiety energy that's running below the surface, right? We have the Queen of Swords. So there is this where to balance the head and heart that comes in here. And so there's this important energy here to, you know, um, take some time to get out of your head and balance with your heart. The grounding energy really feels like it's important here. Yeah, because you have the 8 of Cups too, which is looking at the emotions, right? So the things that we can work on is walking away from emotions or relationships that don't serve us anymore. So it could be there's this emotional energy that's building up and coming in here, and this necessity to really clear that out and to be able to leave that behind. But it's suppressed emotions that you're kind of pushing down, that while you go to sleep, your mind and your brain start bring it up in your dream time, bringing it up to where it's still going, and it feels like your mind is spinning and spinning and spinning, but it's ignited from emotional energy, if that makes sense. See what else they have here. Yeah, 6 of Swords, the World. Yeah. So here's that, going from mental energy from choppy waters to calmer waters. The World card is an end of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. kind of energy. So there is this ending of cycle and movement kind of energy that comes in here. And something that you might want to do if you're not journaling and you're not getting these emotions and thoughts out onto paper, or at least into something, if you need to have it security locked on a computer or a phone so no one can find it. Do what you can do to get it out of your head, out of your heart onto paper. Because the mind, when it when it has something that it's really wanting to work at, it will keep looping it in our head, thinking we're going to forget it. But if you can get it down where it knows it's in writing and it won't be forgotten, then it will let you rest as well. So I feel like that's a big piece of what's coming in here. Yeah. The Five of Swords. There's also this conflict that you had, you know. I think we got that with Mr. T too, that they don't like being at odds with people and having had arguments and disagreements. And so you have a lot of that conflict still playing over and over in your head, right? Um, the what could have been, the what I should have said, or maybe if I hadn't done this, then this, and if that, and there's all this stuff, right? But it's time to get it on paper, get it out, and then leave it behind so that you can move forward, knowing that it's there to reference if you ever need it again. So I feel like that's a lot of what is coming up on here and why you can't sleep because of conflict and of the stress that's there. Yeah. What else can you do? Joy. Focus on joy. That's higher vibrational energy, right? Find joy in little things every day. So I like this. I feel like if you can, like before you go to sleep, even think of something that you're grateful for. Make gratitude part of your, maybe doing a daily gratitude journal, trying to focus on as many of those things as you can um, will help you get that calmness where you can sleep as well. So hopefully that helps there for you. So many blessings to you, Sudeshna. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. Many blessings to you. All right. And we've got Ankita Moore in the house. Hello, Ankita. Welcome, welcome. Let's get you onto the free list here. And Jojo in the house. Hey, Johanna. Hello, hello. I'll add you into the donation list here. Thank you, my baby, for your additional donation. We'll jump to that next here. All right. So I'm going to move this. I think I'm done with my coffee. Nope, I'm not almost done. Over that nummy goodness over there and move my giant lemon water over here. Time to hydrate. All right. So, my baby, you're up. Look, 30303 for your third donation. So, here is your timestamps. And let's give that a love and a like there. So, my baby, anything more on how you think or feel about him and where he wants to take this connection? All right, let's take a look here. Thank you, my baby. Hey, baby. No, it's actually my baby. It's actually someone else. You're like, oh, well, excuse me. It's funny. You're so funny, Jojo. All right, let's see here. So, what about our? Let's look into what, based on the current energy. What are their intentions? Where would they like to take this connection right now? Okay, we got this one. Okay, and what else they think, and what else they think you think as well. You haven't missed yours yet, Sophia. I have a couple donations left, and then um, Happy Pill is the next free one, Melancholic, then you, and then Maria M9, and then Ankita is where we're at. So you're good. All right. So really here, my baby, where they're wanting to take things here, we've got this page of swords on the bottom, which is seeking clarity, trying to see things, just gaining clarity. I'm gathering more information. I want more information, right? So they've got that kind of energy here that's coming in, and where they're wanting to take this, yeah, 10 of cups. It's this joyful kind of, um they can see it going that direction and going, this is like a relationship, an emotional relationship energy with the 10 of cups. But it is joy, a joyful kind of energy, and they're like, "I wanna look at seeing what kind of, fun we can have and what joy and can this go in that direction?" So I feel like they're like, "Yeah, that I'd like to head in that direction. Doesn't mean I'm gonna do it tomorrow, but I'd like to gather information, but this is kind of my intention is that I feel like you are, you know, able to do that. You're able like you have I don't know, just the contents, the ingredients that could really make a very unique relationship that they're looking for." So I like that. Let's see what else they're feeling here. Yeah, the King of Cups. There is this balance between head and heart. So I do feel here because you were wondering about them, right? How they think you think or feel about him. And this King of Cups is like a perfect fit, a good fit. Like, yeah, you think I'm like the shizit, like I'm a good match for you, is how they feel you think about them, right? So I like that that energy that's there. I mean, I don't like that energy there. I just think it's funny, like, oh yeah, you think I'm awesome, a good fit for you. We have the Nine of Swords. So there's a little bit of energy here. You know, this is the nightmare and insomnia card of a lot of expectations. I feel like something that is coming up on here is I don't feel like they think you think they have a lot of expectations, but I feel like what their fear is that you have a lot of expectations of who someone is supposed to be and should be and need to be and what a relationship is supposed to be, how it's supposed to start, how it's supposed to go. Like the experiences they've had in the past is this like there's all these rules, there's all these there have to be these intentions, there have to be these things, and it's so structured that it's like, oh my god, it's like a very tough test that you're it's like I'm getting set up to fail, and they don't like, um, to have all that. They just like to be able to go along and see how it grows and not have a lot of structure around it, and because then there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of disappointment, and it sucks the life out of the relationship and what's going on because we start focusing on what's not happening and the right timing and my time and this and that and then that's where all the arguments come from and all the happens, in it. And so I feel like that's a fear that they have around relationships in general, not just yours, anything that they would be coming from your guys. But that's something to be aware of because it is true. Expectations are what suck the life out of everything. Jobs, relationships, whatever experiences, because we expect this and we feel like we're in the negative, working so hard just to get up to zero. When we have very low expectations and we're celebrating, everything feels like abundance rather than lack, right? So something to be aware of. Yeah, yeah. Both of these coming out together. That's the fear of heartbreak and disappointment. And they do feel that's kind of being reiterated here. And they know everyone fears being heartbroken. That's a human journey, but it's a lie too, because at the root of being heartbroken, our hearts can never be broken. They are too powerful to be broken. But what we experience, the prick in our heart with all these swords that feel like someone's sticking swords in our heart, that's when we go into fear. That's when we go into fight or flight mode, right? And that's when we fear that we'll never find love again, or that we're rejectable, or that we're not good enough. And, it's all that fun stuff. But you can guarantee that by the time we finish our lifetimes here, that after enough relationships, you're like, oh God, I'm going to find love again, ain't I? Instead of fearing you won't find it, you're like, oh God, I fear I'm going to find love again. No, I'm just kidding. but but we can laugh about it later. All right, what else? Yeah, we got the Three of Pentacles, creativity, being true to one's authentic self. This fits in with all of these um, fears and of expectations. They really want to be able to just be true to who they are without pretending. And their impression is that you are unique and you are, true to your authentic self. But I feel like what they think you think of them is that you're just creating this image that's not really who you are. And um yeah, so I feel like that's part of the little, because you're used to people putting on airs and then finding out the truth later. And I feel like they think that that's what you think of them. Because it's probably what they think of you, because they're like, you're unique and everything, but what if you're hiding something, you know? Yeah. We got the world card overall again here. This I don't want to keep doing what I've always done and getting what I've always gotten. I want something different. I want something unique. I don't want to repeat old cycles. I want to do something different. I want to do relationships differently. So it kind of feels a little bit scary in some ways when we're going off into the unknown. They're wanting to go and approach things differently than they ever have before, experience a relationship differently because, you know, they just don't feel um, that they want to keep doing what they've always done, get what they've gotten, right? Overall, you have patience. Yeah. They're not in a rush. I feel like they've rushed in before. But now this is good things come to those who wait. And there's an energy of things quickly built fall apart quickly. Things slowly built last a long time. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's coming in. So, all right. And that's what they have for you, my dear, my baby. So, thank you again for your multiple donations and many blessings to you. All right. Let's see here. I don't think anyone new has come in since I said the hellos. Nope. All right. So, Jojo, you're up next. Hello, hello. Thank you for your first donation here. Let me move my mouse. There we go. All right. So, here is for number one here. And of course, we'll circle back for number two here. So, let's give your first donation a love and a like here. I know, disclaimer. Hi. Hey, my baby. No, I'm just kidding. Are your ear problems energetic on some level? All right, yeah, let's take a look at that here. So let's take a look and see what we have happening. So tell us here the ear stuff going on. Is it energetic on some level? Right, we got this, this one. All right. Let's see what we got here. We've got the bottom of the deck. You have the Nine of Swords, nightmare and insomnia energy. So we'll see what this is about here, because this is a little bit about stress, high blood pressure. Do you have high blood pressure? Right. Fire in my brain making my ears hurt. It can be stress, stress energy a little bit here, or not sleeping enough, or how you sleep. But let's see here. You have the Six of Cups energy. I feel like there's something from childhood. Is this been something that's been reoccurring since childhood? Let's see what else we've got here too. Yeah, you got Leo energy. So it is um energetic, um as well as stress related, because that Leo energy, your fire, your movement, energy, and the high priestess. So yeah, it is spirit speaking to you as well. Um if you would just listen, then you would hear everything very well. No, just kidding. That's right. But you might look here and just see what like what emotional or spiritual root is to those. So if you can Google, right? You slow down and listen. Shut up and listen. That's what they used to tell me. Why won't this? I want this. Well, if you'll just shut up and listen, then you'll know. I'm like, oh, okay, thanks. Because we have that kind of relationship. They said it in a loving way, not in a funny way, not in a shut up. But I do feel here if you Google like, because it's like Louise Hayes, you can heal your life, or heal your body, heal your life, something like that. That it's there can be spiritual and emotional reasons behind it, and I feel like you can look at that, but some of it is energetic with spirit, um, but the way it's manifesting, it's like it's the combination that's making it feel uncomfortable, right? Let's see what else. Yep, Six of Swords, leaving behind old ways of thinking to move to new ways of thinking, coming in there, and the Page of Swords. So there is this communication. This is higher communication that's coming in. So, we do have that ringing in the ears and things that happen. Mine are like ringing right now. Um, but there's, that energy of going, oh, okay. So taking deep breaths and help calm ourselves down, come out of the stress energy, but doing the things that we can do to de-stress ourselves. And you have a lot of your practices that you do, and even getting things out of your head. We were just talking about getting things out of your head and onto paper will help calm you down. Journaling, even if you have to burn the papers later. But I do feel like some of it is because you even got the Five of Swords, the Nine of Swords, the Ten of Wands. There's a lot of energy that's coming in here. So you got the energy and all of that communication, but stress energy, that's, the combo that's coming in there. So the answer would be yes. Some of your ear uh, challenges are energetic on some level. You just bought a little journal. Perfect. But I would definitely Google or research, to say what's the spiritual or emotional reason behind this, whatever's going on with your ears, and then um, see what resonates with you that comes forward, right? This is what your fortune cookie brings in for this one. Yeah. Didn't I talk about dreams? With the Nine of Swords. Dream big and believe in the possibilities. So there is this dream energy. Um, Anti-inflammatory, anti-stress tea. Ooh, butterfly. It's blue. Oh, how perfect. So I do think that there's pay attention to your dreams too, because I feel like there is communication coming in and they're bringing you clarity through your dream time as well. So I like that for you. That's what they got. And then for number two, we got 3, 19, 17. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. So thank you for your second donation. Let's get that a love and a like there. So you bumped into M today with your car. What? No, I'm sorry. He turned around and he walked away. Oh, oh, ow. But he had been popping up in your head before that for some reason. Is he going through something or thinking about you or Mercury retrograde, right? Bringing back the X's across our paths, right? That's funny. Rip, soon. Turned around and walked away. My goodness. Here, let me get some sour lemon tea here. I mean lemon water here. All right. So what is going on? Is M going through some stuff? Let's take a look here. Okay. Okay, what else is you asking about? Is he going through, or is he thinking about you? Let's see. Is he thinking about you? I don't want any of those. And does it have anything to do with the Mercury retrograde? Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so let's see here. Are they going through some things here? Is that why he's been on your mind and why he's been coming up? Got the Queen of Swords. There is this balance between the head and the heart. We got the Knight of Pentacles. Excuse me, hiccup, and the Three of Cups. There's this joy and celebration, and um, even the bottom of the deck, we've got the Four of Wands, which is joy and celebration, and a gathering of joy or a wedding that they're attending. I feel like there are a lot of their life feels like it's really moving slow, and they're on this adventure, this quest of seeing their sorry, I'm getting really, really cold. Are spirits about to appear? It just got really cold in here. Temperature's probably dropping outside. Um, yeah, it just says temps to plummet. Well, it says next Thursday. Um, but there is this joy and this kind of celebration energy. Um, so it doesn't feel like I feel like they're trying to choose joy and they're trying to the Three of Cups is like their social group and they're trying to balance their heart and their mind. But, things have really slowed down for them. And like I said, that quest of seeing their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way, right? A breakup, probably. Spooky. I don't let me um so yeah, it feels here that there's this sense of peace, but it could be that where, it's like when you're struggling with something in our life and then it ends, just the lack of the stress in it brings a sense of peace, kind of energy and joy. But it does feel like there's a lot going on with group energy here and gathering energy. So it doesn't feel like they're going through something horrible. It just feels like, "Bah, I'm just doing life," Doesn't feel like they're like kind of energy there. Had they been thinking of you, we got the Two of Swords. Sometimes we got the going back and forth energy here. Um, Thinking about decisions that they've made in their life and the Page of Cups, thinking about the happy times as well. So there's been some of that thinking. So that could also be what you're picking up on a bit with them there. And does it have anything to do with the Mercury retrograde? Yeah, Six of Cups and Ten of Wands. Yeah, I feel like there it has a lot to do with that here, right? We've got this energy of um the Six of Cups is X is coming back into our lives, right? The Six of Cups is relationships returning, which is what the Mercury retrograde does. And the Ten of Wands is all the energy of the Mercury retrograde. So I feel like that's a lot of it coming across here. Um, it's funny. I feel like it wasn't stuff that's going on inside of them. It almost feels like this Ten of Wands, like this energy field that repelled him away from you. And I wonder who that is. It's like your fairy godmother came in and went, "Bzz, nope, you're not coming near. Bzz." But you did come across each other's paths to remind, but then not to interact, which is interesting. So I don't feel like it was necessarily a human choice. It feels like they just were like, I gotta go. It's like they were a puppet. It's like someone took over their body, turned around and spun them away kind of energy in here. Because it doesn't feel like they're personally going through anything. Let's ask because the way we were asking it was, is he going through something? But um, let's find out here. Why did he turn and walk away? Let me just pull a quick clarifier here. So why did he do that? Yeah, Seven of Swords. Thief, betrayal, lies, deceit. It's their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and, the mirror energy that was there. In fact, they've had, I feel like they've had a lot of exes come across their path with this retrograde. And they were just like, I'm not, I don't need another one right now. So they're like, I've had too many. Because it feels like they were like, I'm just gonna go back to bed. So that's funny. Too funny. But I do feel like it was more for the experience, and it does feel like there was invisible forces that spun him around and sent him on his way. Let's see what else we have here too for your fortune cookie here. Right? You knew it. He's like, oh no. How many X's am I gonna bump into today? Yeah, I love it. The truth. Says live your life authentically as an open book. And you do, you know. And that is, that um, that is a scary thing for some people, right? It's like I don't like you're a mirror and I don't like seeing myself in it. So yay, 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 yay. Run away. Run away, run away. But yeah, I just feel like they just have had enough today kind of energy. But I don't feel like they have angst or anything that came through any of the cards towards you. I just feel like they don't like the truth that they see from you. So that's what they have for you, my dear, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. So I've got 5 free readings left, and that is Happy Pill, Melancholic, Sophia, Cutie Patootie, Maria M9, etc., and Ankita Moore. So that is where we are at. And we will jump in here. Oof. You're so funny. All right. Happy Pill 328.50 is where we're at here. Thank you, Juicy. You're welcome, honey. All right. So Happy Pill, you'd like a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. And they want this one here too. So you got the 7 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. You know, there is this 10 of Pentacles energy is an energy of relationship and fullness of the outside world. But get the 7 of Cups, which is this wide variety of a lot of emotions, mixed emotions, a lot of different emotions that are coming up here in the outside world here, specifically around relationships. It doesn't have to be romantic or just romantic. It's friends, family, how you interact with others. And I feel like there is this, I want to say, guidance to feel your emotions. Don't push them down. Don't have to act on them. You know, if you feel angry, you don't have to slap someone. You can just sit with the emotion and allow yourself to feel it. Only takes 90 seconds for us to process through an emotion unless we loop it. If we keep looping it, it'll last forever. And that usually happens when we don't allow ourselves to feel it, like allow ourselves to feel it and go. We'll when we put, resentments or other stories around it, we keep it looping. And when we connect the mind to that, that's what keeps it looping. If we just allow ourselves to feel and then let it be gone without attaching to it, then it can flow. And I feel like there is some opportunities for these things, coming in here, um, for you right now, and it's like even like the 7 of Cups, a new emotion every day. What emotion do I want to allow myself to feel? And allow yourself, like, if you feel like I don't want to feel like everything, and like allow yourself to feel at least one emotion a day, just to get used to it, because we're taught as humans keep all these anger and sadness, those all stay down because no one likes a crying child or a child throwing a tantrum, so we're taught, "Don't be that, be the happy baby, not the sad or angry baby," right? So I feel like it's an important right now to allow yourself to feel the emotions, right? So that's what they have for you, is some many blessings, right? And then we have melancholic, you are up. Colic X. Here is yours. And thank you guys again so much for your patience in getting to your readings. I know it can take a while sometimes. And thanks for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love, and I appreciate it's one way you can show love, and I appreciate that. You are part of the love tsunami. All right, melancholic, you said, can you please know what you don't see coming in love for the rest of November? All right. Well, that's kind of hard. You're pretty observant, they say. They're like, it's hard to get anything past you. So, what don't you see coming here regarding love for the rest of November? Yeah, I just put this card back in. We got it back out. You got the Knight of Pentacles and the 7 of Cups. There is this energy here. Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight out of them all. And it allows like time for seasons, but it gives us time to feel. And the 7 of Cups, what you don't see coming is things slowing. If you're in a relationship, or then you just kind of feel like things kind of just feel like they go really, really slow, but it gives you time to feel emotion. And if you're not in a relationship progress of any kind of slows, but it's giving you time to feel emotions, question them, transform them, so that you don't bring them in, um, and you don't push them down either. Because if you push them down, that sucks away. You take emotional energy, and your emotional bank gets low, and you're not able to give a lot to other people. You have to put it in there, and that, um, if you push it down, it's charged, so it's already taking up emotional energy. Pushing it down takes emotional energy too. So the more you're able to process, release emotion, feel the emotion, you get emotion back in your emotional bank, which allows you, because if you don't have um, a nice supply in your emotional bank, your heart won't allow love to come in, because it goes, we can't afford it. We can't have that emotion. that emotional expense. Nope, we don't have it. So nope, nope, no love for you. So it's a good thing to realize there that things slow down to give us an opportunity to raise our self love by questioning the relationships that we have where we're investing our emotional energy, both in the outside world with people and then also the emotional energy we're suppressing. Usually it's the Seven of Cups, 7 years old and younger is where a lot of those emotions occurred. So it's kind of going back and going, what happened? What did I experience that I did not allow myself to feel back during that time? And then giving your inner child the space and uh, where they can feel safe expressing that. And again, that's feeling it. It doesn't have to be, writing a letter, smacking someone, or doing anything. You can just, it's allowing yourself to feel them, to release them. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you. Melancholic. So many blessings to you. All right. Sophia, you are up. I know. Finally. All right. Here is your time stamp. All right. I think that's right. Yeah. And you want to know why Nasro ignored you on November 12th. All right. Hey. All right. Let's take a look here. So, why did they ignore you on November 12th? All right. You know, we've got the 5 of Wands here, which is conflict energy. And the 6 of Cups, it's interesting that the 6 of Cups is childlike energy. And it's funny that your spirit guides, well, they're being childish. They're being childlike. The 5 of Wands, there's something conflicting. There's drama energy that comes with the 5 of Wands. And I feel like there was a lot of drama going on in their life outside of anything to do with you at all. But then I also feel like there was this conflicting energy that was, in there as well. And um, they just were in a place like I just don't feel like engaging in that. It's almost like I feel exhausted when I step into their energy on that moment. Like I'm so tired. I just don't want to do with anything. I'm pouting in my life right now and I just don't, want to deal with anything kind of energy that's coming in here. And um it's almost like their friends group or whatever was going on with them. If I don't get my way, I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. It was that kind of feeling of like I'm ignoring everyone and I'm I don't want drama and I'm tired of drama and I'm exhausted. And I feel like it's that kind of energy that's coming in here. I don't feel like it's like so much directed directly like that at you. It was just their general energy that was coming in around everything. So yeah, it just doesn't feel it here. The 6 of Cups, there's an energy a little bit of someone returning from their past and it just feels like there was a lot of that's where a lot of the drama came from is someone returning from the past too that just caused an upheaval in their friends group and stuff and they were just like I just have had enough of these interactions with different people and that was November 12th. Is that, let's see, what's today's Saturday. Mercury went retrograde. We were just talking about that with JoJo's reading earlier that Mercury went retrograde on like Monday. And that does bring in exes from the past, but it also breaks up communication and has that kind of stuff that comes in that way too. So interesting, right? So hopefully that helps. Um, yeah, I just feel like they're in this whirlwind of drama And it's probably was best that for you that they ignored you because you're like, "I don't want to get any of that on me. Ew, keep the drama over there." Alright. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Sophia. Hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Maria, MP, wait, no, M9P3E28. Here is your timestamp. Here we go. And then when will you get a new job? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, we'll pull from the Learning Tarot that has dates on it or time frames and ranges. We'll see what, based on current energies, what we have here. Oh, there you go. Boom, boom. What is this? We're past it here. We have the Three of Swords, which expectations equal disappointment. And there's September 23rd to October 22nd. We missed it. Oh man. So I feel like you applied for jobs, right? And you didn't get them through there. Um, but this is around career. This is about release and healing when it comes in with the Three of Swords, because that is expectations equal disappointment energy. So I feel like they're saying here when we have this like the fear or a strong need or want for the job or for anything in our life, that actually is lack energy, and we get what we draw to us what our energy is being. So if I'm in a state of like I don't have a job, I fear I won't have a job, I fear what will happen if I don't get a job, all this don't and lack energy is saying I don't want a job. It's actually pushing it away. How we can switch that around and switch that energy is to step into gratitude, step into this moment, not the fear of the future or regurgitating the past in lower vibration, but coming into the moment in gratitude. And if you have like obviously if you have a job now, if you're looking for a new job, but the job you have now you think sucks, and this can be for whoever, however it resonates, you know. Um, so if I have a job and I think it sucks right now, I'm gonna either push a new job away or bring in another job that sucks. So if go, what do I love and I'm grateful for in the job that I'm in now? If we have a job, we focus in on that. You don't have to love the whole job, be grateful for the whole job. Just what about the job am I grateful for? You know, it's in a building and not outside in the cold weather. That's something to be grateful for. You know, whatever we have to grasp at for gratitude, but we sit in that and are grateful. And then if we don't have a job, or even if we do have a job, we still can be, what am I grateful for about the jobs I've had in the past? I like this. I like this about this. What you're doing, one of the examples Spirit gives is like if you go into a donut shop and I point out all the things I don't like, I get a box of those things I don't like. If I point out all the things I love, I get a box of donuts that I love instead. So there is that energy, you know, of switching things up and, um, you know, because those were in the past, even thinking I'm patient, I should have a job by now, that's lack energy. So switching that energy helps draw it in for us instead of making it more difficult and repelling it away. So as you change that energy, it can pop in here and um, it's like it's already ripe and ready. It's waiting out there for you. It's just changing your energy allows it to come in. It's like, you know, if you have a forest filled up and it's waiting there, but we're not letting it in by our energy. When I change my energy, the walls come down and here it's allowed to come in. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. And then lastly, but not leastly, we have Enkita Moore at 344 even. Looky there. So, what did your dream mean? You saw goddess Kali and Durga and your father, with whom I am roaming around for a religious fun feast. Wow, I love that. All right, let's see what this means. Excuse me, and take a quick sip here. So, what was this dream about? Okay, thank you. All right. Wow. So you've got the Lover's card here, which is about relationships and power of emotional choice, and the Hanged Man, which is seeing things from a higher perspective, a new perspective. It is a lot like the cocoon and transformational energy as well. So I do feel like there's this, sense of I'm roaming around, um, you know, trying to choose love, trying to choose higher vibration, joy, and all this energy. But Kali is they're both the destroyer and the creator. The caterpillar dies in order for the butterfly to be formed here. And I feel like here with this energy of this endings and beginnings and transformational energies, it's like they're bringing in some emotional energy that they want you to work through in your dream world before bringing it into the outside world. You might also start to see people go through some emotional changes in the outside world in relationships. But I don't feel like this is about your dad, even though you were running around with them. They were a representation of someone you feel safe with that represents they're like the token character, the avatar that was chosen to represent yourself. So everyone in this dream was you, even Kali, Durga or Durga, your father and you. All of those were you taking different um, form in different ways, coming in there. And so if you remember the dream and going, okay, so I'm what was Kali doing? That's what you want to be able to do. And even like, well, was your father a positive energy in your dream, or were they a challenging energy? What part of that is of you? But all of the characters in it were you taking form, is what they're telling me. Sometimes it is other individuals and they are doing that, but in this particular dream, all of this was you and you're on this journey. Um, and the Lover's card is your adventure and your relationship with your higher self, your relationship with yourself, and the transformation that you're going through in this relationship to yourself and with yourself. So I like that for you. So think about the dream and see how that relates that for you. But that's what they have for you, Ankita. Very interesting, right? Dream worlds are amazing. So I love that. Hey, Urvashi, you caught it just as the elevator doors are closing. So we'll jump to yours real quick here as well. All right. So let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So, Urvash, you want to know why your husband is not divorcing you if he doesn't want to live with you? You're mentally drained. What are his true intentions? All right, let's take a look here. So, why aren't they not divorcing you yet? Right. Okay, thank you. And what are their intentions? Okay. Oh, okay. Yep, it feels here. Why they haven't is that their Eight of Pentacles is they're working to get things. They're planning. This Eight of Pentacles is doing the work and, you know, preparing. things. And then the tower is it will happen here with the tower card because that is someone being removed out of your life to give space for something or someone that's more aligned with your energy. It's not happening to you. This is happening for you, but it will happen in time. This Eight of Pentacles is a transformation energy. So I feel like they're working on it. Um, and and there's some things that they want to have in place first before they go through, with the actual filing for the divorce and everything. Their intentions here, yeah, you know, they have fears. The justice here, which that would be court, but the Nine of Swords is nightmare and insomnia, and there is a lot of the fear of expectations and letting people down. What will people think? Disappointing, the important people in their life or the mysterious they. What will they think? So they've got a little bit of fear energy that's there too. But their intentions are with that justice card and with these other ones is for the ending and to make it officially legally with the justice card. But there are some fears and some things they want to put in place first, like I said, so they feel more secure in going forward with the actual ending there. I'll grab a when card real quick here for you too to see based on current energies when would this happen. Of course, this can change, when we're looking at the future. People's um, energy and choices can change stuff all the time, but that's why the future is so fickle and ever changing a lot of times. But based on current energies, when will they file for divorce? Um, okay, thank you. And I feel like they'll tell us when it'll go through here too. Yeah, we got the Nine of Cups. You got this dream come true energy. Yay, right? Which is but this is May 10th to October 28th is the period of time. So the energy of right now is May 10th, between May 10th of next year and October 28th. Something that you can do to help that energy, because our energy impacts the experiences that we have. Their energy also impacts the things too. The part you can do, because you can't control what they're thinking, feeling, and their energies or their actions. All you can do is come back to yours. And if I have I want a divorce, I need a divorce, I need them gone, or um, whatever we're fearing or feeling lack around, we actually push it further away. But we can step into gratitude. What am I grateful for in my life right now? And if we can come out of that lower vibration as much as we can and focus on gratitude for what we do have and kind of surrender, um, you know, the situation to the creator of the universe and go, I give this to you, that you'll have this end in the perfect timing in the perfect way. And I'm going to now focus on gratitude for what I have in this moment and what I do have. And as you do that, more things to be grateful for come in rather than I'm focusing on, if I have angst or regret or resentments or fears or whatever, I grow and bring more of that in. And so what you can do in this situation because we feel out of control. I'm trying to control someone else. I'm going to feel out of control. I come back to what I can control and then boom, you know, my life changes. And then we draw in those things. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Urbashi. Hang in there. I know not a fun ride that we have in this giant amusement park full of fear rides, but you can change your experience regardless of what's going on in the outside world. You choose the story, you choose your emotions, you choose your energy, and you choose your actions. And that's all you have control over. So come back here, you feel less out of control, right? All right, everybody. I think that is it. I am going to head out. If you haven't checked out the giveaway that I have coming out here, here is the link to the giveaway if you want to check out that video. Also, all of my services are on sale until January 2nd of 2026, all the way through New Year's Day. So you can check that out. All this information's in the description box of the video as well. But all my live readings, virtual readings, recorded readings, and my Hedges of Peace are on sale. So if you want to take a look at those. Also, if you haven't checked out my podcast series, The Easier Path, the playlist link is in the description box of the video. But we also, this is the newest one that I just posted, the Knockout Round Adventure 4. So all of these talk about how to make our this hard path of humanity an easier path. Yeah, humanity, I don't think can ever be an easy path based on our current iteration of humanity, but it can be easier. So if you're interested, there's a lot of helpful information from Spirit in those as well. And I will be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Mountain Time, uh, as well for more readings here as well. Oh, hey, Poppy Cave. All right, we'll grab you one more here before the elevator door closes here. All right, let's grab your timestamp 3:55:50 as well here. You are welcome. So you sent a text to Solomon for giving him space since he's going through a lot from his past relationship. How will everything turn out for me and him in the end? All right, so based on current energies, let's take a look here, see where this is headed. Of course, in the future, we talk about the future, things change all the time, right? But based on current energies, what's the trajectory? How do things end up between the two of you here? There's one card, right? How will everything turn out in the end? Nope, none of those. Oh, this one here. Okay. We got two more. Yeah, you have the Four of Cups. So there's a little bit of stagnant emotional energy here. And it's because relationships of the outside world feel unfulfilling. Self-love is the journey that both of you are on, because all of our external relationships are a reflection of our self-love. So um, there's an important energy here. And you got all these fours. Got the Four of Swords, the Seven of Wands. You know, Seven of Wands energy is an energy of I'm not going to shrink. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. I'm not going to defend who I am and what I want. I got to be me kind of energy. And I feel like if we don't want things to end up like uh, um, we don't, both of you don't want to keep doing what you've always did, end up with what you've always gotten, which expectations and um, who someone is supposed to be, how a relationship is supposed to start and progress, and how it's supposed to end up, and what it's supposed to bring me, and who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, and who I'm supposed to be in life. It's exhausting. All these expectations because we have all these beliefs of what all that is supposed to be, right? All this opinion, expectations. We spend all our time trying to get up to zero. Is this happening? Is this happening? Is this happening? Is this happening? Are they doing this? Am I doing this? Is it bringing me this? Finally, we get to zero because that's what it takes just to meet the expectation, right? So we end up living in lack instead of living in abundance. When we have very low expectations, then we celebrate what's happening and we look at, wow, I love this and I love this and I love this. When we're focusing on expectations, we're focusing on what's not happening. And whatever our focus goes is what we grow. So if I focus on what's not happening, I get more of not happening. If I focus on what I'm grateful for what is, I get more of that as well, right? Right? End of the pattern. So I feel like, you know, they're doing their inner work here and they're going to end up being who they are. And, you know, I feel like the big thing that, has to happen here for things to go forward here is, more letting go of the expectations and not doing things like we did before and it's allowing them to be who they are and allowing myself to be who I am and just see what unfolds. I like that because they're not telling me how it's going to end because I feel like that is the thing. That's one of our expectations is I need it to be a certain way for me to be happy. When I'm like, you know what? No, I'm going to focus on living my passion and whatever unfolds, unfolds. And whatever doesn't. And either way, I'm going to be fine because my happiness is coming from in here, not out there. I don't need an outcome. I can be in this moment and just see what happens, right? Yeah. And that's what they're not telling me here because this is that expectations, right? It's part of the journey is the not knowing for you right now, anyway. Um, And I know that sucks. We've all been there. Spirit's like, that's a need to know, and you don't need to know that right now because it's the not knowing that is part of your growth right now. And so you can look at what are my fears, right? What are my expectations? Um, what would it mean if we don't? What would it mean if we do? And understanding that is part of that, right? Terribly. It's like, "Ugh, yeah." But I feel like right now, they're like, "Give it a week. Give it a week and think and process those things and go, all right, what are my fears? What do I fear if we don't? What do I fear that means about me?" Because that's what it all is about. We're concerned about all the stuff, in the outside world. We're taught people, situations, and things define our worth, but that's all a lie. We define ourselves, but we have fears around what does it mean if if this doesn't happen, if that doesn't happen? Because anything of expectation sounds like supposed to, should, need to, have to, must. Those are all opinion. And when we realize when I attach my worth to those things, I'm like a puppet on strings because I'm taught if this happens, this means this about me, which means I'm going to have to act this way. I'm supposed to feel this way, act this way, react this way. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm not a puppet on the strings. I'm not someone's dog where their actions mean anything about me. I'm a lion. I get to be strong and whatever story I put to anything, that's my power. What emotion I choose is my power. What energy I put forward is my power and what actions I take is my power. But I can't control anyone else's. So hopefully that helps. Yeah. I know. That's what the message for today. I go, I just wanted a yes or a no, but they're like, but that's yes or no don't help you grow. That's what it is for today anyway. But we can always check back in because as long as we're doing our growth and our work, um, it's for us. They're doing it for us, not to punish us or to torture us, but they're doing it for us, going, no, in fact, your higher self was like, they're the ones like, no, no, don't tell me that yet. Um, this expression of my human, don't tell me that yet, because this is that period of unknown that I grow in. So not yet. And I was like, all right. I like the not yet. We can't know, but we can check in again in the future here when you're ready to check in. So I know. Hopefully that helps a little bit. But that's what they have for you, Poppy Cave. Yeah, absolutely. Or next weekend. You never know. I have people that check in, regularly on things because they're like, "What's the energy like now?" Because, there's so much that changes in the energetic space that, um, a decision we make changes it. A decision they make changes it too. So it's constantly the futures are we're not just right? It's like our adventures are usually like this, right? So hang in there, hang in there. Um, right. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a very wise thing to do because otherwise we're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again, right? So it's wise for us to take a breath and step back and reflect so that we don't keep doing what we've always done because that's insanity, right? Doing the same thing and expecting a different result. It's like, no, in order to get a different result, we have to do things differently. So I like that. Very wise. All right, everybody. I'm heading out. Thank you again for all the thumbs up and all your love and support. I'm so grateful to be on this adventure with you. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Mountain Time. In what is that? 13 hours from now. So we'll see you on the flip side. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Remember, have some fun. Why are we being so serious? It's a giant playground. Let's go play. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.